question is, what are you gonna do about this? What's your process you have in place about this major issue? What's your process about this community group who've been traumatized? They have these issues. They've been very vocal. They've let us know. What's your plan, superintendent? And then you allow him to put the plan together and say, okay, out of the 16 things that the cans that were kicked down the road, I'm going to address the first 3 for you. And then here it is. Here are the first 3. And so that's what it will look like. And then you have to allow time. Because have you been here 90 days yet? Have you done a 90-day update? You need 190 days? No. And you make, people start with 90, but they're like, give me 120, give me this, whatever that time frame is for him to assess, knowing that you guys have already lived through the harm. But you've made it very clear. That's why I'm saying again, make sure this board is very clear on what you expect him to focus on. And it's not the stuff that's in his job description. He knows how to do that. But these things, that's not in the job description. And so knowing that this is priority for you, and then allow him to figure that out and approach and let you know, this is the game plan. And this is how you're going to see evidence. We're going to do a report out about this every quarter. We're going to have engagement groups with this group. I'm going to go to this. We're going to send the team out. That's what it looks like. Because you have to now, it sounds like, heal the community. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
So it takes time to do that. But you have to let them know that we hear you. And yes, we, as a governing body, we are going to put a plan together to address your issue. And as long as you're consistently showing them that they want to see it modeled. You can't just tell them. They want to see it modeled, that you're doing, that you, when you're on the dais, that you acknowledge their pain. If they're bringing it up to you and we hear you, and not as engaging with them, but in different ways, you're going to show, because they're going to come and see it on the agenda like, oh, they're going to have this now. You're acknowledging them. And it's not that this board member is not interested. No, because it's not, no board member should say, they made this decision. I say to the board member, who's they? It's you. You are a part of the governing team. So it is whatever the will of the board is, whether you're on a 3-2, whatever, it is still the will of the board. And the hard part is now act accordingly. So I need to see that model. We don't have to bring it up at the next board meeting to say, well, I didn't vote for that. Well, but this is the will of the board, so we're going forward on that. Okay, any other comments? I'm glad I'm getting this conversation because it's going to weave into everything we're doing later. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say in respect to that, like, I also feel that it's my duty, community members do come and share with us what they're hearing, what they're seeing. Some of them happen to work in the district. So I'm fine with, like what I say to them, but I have to tell Jason that. I have to, because I don't want, already, I mean, it's happened with this is my 3rd superintendent. So I have done it with all 3. That if I don't communicate the things I'm hearing in the community and then give them the chance to decide how to handle, is this priority or not? But I can't have it be where I never communicated what people entrusted me with that information. And that is a huge part of our role, is to, how can we represent our community if we're not giving the superintendent the opportunity to fix it? So I know I hope I'm not saying this is how you do it, but I have to at least give them the opportunity to know. And I had a laundry list, and I've not done that with you yet, but I'm hearing a lot, and I want to make sure you understand. And also, if it's I'll say stuff sometimes you probably have heard of this, and if the answer is no, then it's okay, and there's a potential other situation, right? So I just want to state, for a public record, that I see it as my duty to report anything that I hear from the community, even if it's from staff, if it's from families, if it's from students, I don't care. But I have to give Jason the chance to decide how to handle it.
And the key thing is you can get comments about the same thing in different ways. So it's not your laundry list is 10, I heard from 10 different people. You guys are the elected professionals. You can summarize that and say, I'm hearing that this potentially could be an issue. And do exactly what you said, you're going to drop it. to make you aware. And then, because yes, your community wants someone, they're gonna connect to either of you because they feel that, and that is fine. But also simultaneously, you're letting them know you are not solving their problem. That's the key thing with boards. Some boards, you listen too long, where it would make anyone think that you're going to solve my problem. I'm gonna listen long enough to say, I hear you. And I'm not even gonna say, I'm sorry this happened. So again, you have to be very careful what you say, because you're sorry, now you're blaming the district's gonna look bad. I hear you. What I plan to do is share it with the superintendent. And not even saying, I'm sure he's gonna call you tomorrow. Nope, because you don't know what he's gonna do tomorrow. I hear you. Thank you for sharing. I am going to pass it on to the superintendent. Once that is done, the superintendent knows, if the board is giving me something like this, I need to do something. That is, superintendent knows that. Superintendent knows eventually I'm gonna have to close the loop, which is, if you brought it to him, he's gotta close the loop. But once, if each of you bring something to the superintendent and you're not talking to each other about it, that could be a problem. You guys need to talk to each other, some concerns or in whatever format, and I think it'll come out. You don't want one board member to know about something that's major and the rest of you don't know.
But how do we do that without violating the Brown Act? We can only talk to one other person.
You don't have to get a central plan. I mean, they'll, the two areas on their own communication.
And talk to each other. Just don't do serial meetings.
But
Good.
no, we can't talk to each other. We can only talk to one other board member about an item.
That's what I mean, each like two.
And you don't
Yeah.
get to talk to them. Only way is one person on that now.
So how do you interpret, well, because I know the Brown, and I know, and then I say this, when I come out to California and all the states that I have never experienced. Board members are so gun shy of the Brown. I'm just telling you.
You know why?
And I said, well,
Because when we get elected, we get this
I said, something must have
large
happened.
envelope with a big book with the Brown Act.
And it's like,
read this.
yeah, totally, and I say it tongue in cheek a little bit with it, and I know you wanna be careful, but every state has a open meetings act, they call it whatever. So you don't wanna violate that, but the key thing always, well, when do you talk to each other? This is a space, even though we're not doing any decision making, that's why you have to set aside time for your own professional development to talk through something, but we're not making any decisions about issues.
I guess I mean though, if you're saying, if I hear something and I want the whole board to know, there's no space where I can share it with the whole board. I would strategically pick which one of them do I think it needs to know this along with me, and then that's the end of it, because I can't talk to more than one. So I just don't know how I would make every one of them aware, because we can't talk about it in closed session if it's not pertinent to something
Right.
agendized.
And I'm gonna let Jenna jump in, but once you share with the superintendent, he will finesse it where the all board members. will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's one way of you being
Like in the loops.
in the
If
loop.
he feels that it's important enough for the
Yes.
whole board to know, yeah.
But
okay.
some things that each of you know may be about the same issue. So once he hears it, if he hears it from 5 of you, he's gonna summarize that. That's how the whole board is gonna know. Go ahead, and then Jenna.
Dying in there.
No, go ahead.
No,
Go ahead.
Chomping at the
just
bit.
kidding.
I know this is a very tough.
First thing, I wanted to thank whoever made these really cute.
Yeah, who did these?
Because I was
That's
getting
Jenna.
really low, I was getting really low blood sugar here, and this is actually.
That's Jenna.
Thank you, there's so much thought to that.
Yeah,
No, but I did want to say that I think there is a role of us being, I mean, not even a role, we are the community.
you are the
We're
community.
from
There
the
you go.
community,
Thank
our
you.
parents, for,
Yes.
we're former teachers, we're people,
Yes.
And in the church communities, former student. So we are there, we're in the grocery store, we hear
Yeah.
these things.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I think there is a point where it's like, if I hear something, it's an extra piece of information to pass along to the superintendent, but I think it's important to understand also that like, we can synthesize that information too.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be a verbatim of what we
Verbatim,
heard,
yes.
but it's like, just, here's a temperature of what's out there.
That's it.
But then no direction needs to be attached to it,
Exactly.
right? But it's just information passing.
But it's not like every time you hear something, you gotta run to the superintendent. I heard this.
Exactly, yes.
The board, you guys at a higher level, you should be able to take that information, cause you know more about what's going on, because you have access to more information. So others, And we're not faulting the community, they only have access to certain information. But they're gonna give you a piece of the pie. And then you synthesize that, and then that's how you deliver it. But what I'm trying to steer you away from is that thinking that you have to, anytime you engage with your superintendent, you have a laundry list for him. You have to allow your superintendent to do his job that you hired him to do. And the board collectively can share some concerns, but that's what you have your vision and your expectations of what you want him to do collectively. All these other things that continue to pop up. A superintendent has a good eye on knowing that there are issues with certain pockets. That's just part of this system that we're in called education. And again, if there is a major issue that the superintendent knows is going to bubble to the top, he is going to inform.
And he's actually really demonstrated that.
Yeah.
Several topics.
And I think, like, to be honest, I feel like you and I came in 2020. And we really have only gotten to govern this past year as like, we came in crisis, we came in during
Yeah,
COVID.
that's right.
Like, we ran through a pandemic and we receded in a pandemic. And-
You're in reactive mode.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and so
Yeah.
we literally like came in like a worldwide emergency.
Yeah.
And it's been a different experience, and I really honestly feel like this past year has been our first year, even though we're going into our fourth year. It's really been our first year of like governing on a somewhat
So, no,
ish
Yeah.
environment, you know?
Even being back in person.
Yeah,
Like
Yeah.
you guys had never really.
we had never
we'd
been
never
in
been
person.
Yeah.
Yeah, we started on Saturday.
So, Jenna, did you want to jump in? I know it's about
Yeah, I think the way that Peter presented it was well said in terms of the difference. So many webinar, legal, Lozano Smith, et cetera, webinars, when they're explaining the Brown Act and serial meetings and even including intermediaries, right? It would be, the difference maker is if we're say talking surplus property, there's a decision is going to be made by the board. And so correct, this would not be, you definitely want to do that. But sending a group email saying, here's the community feedback we heard, and then nothing else. So you're not calling for an answer or and so forth is, I think those are different things, and that's the differentiation.
And your informational, whatever the superintendent said, now, it's really, you really are going to have to understand what FYI means. Thank you for telling me. I want you to do anything.
I think the question that I'm sensing in the space is, I'm a community member and I know you personally, I brought something to you. So now I'm expecting you to actually have an answer. So now what? Thank you. I've said it before the superintendent, look forward to his response.
Yeah.
And what that might feel like when you're quite relational with that person.
Yeah, and it's because they're not used to it. So it's going to be a learning curve for them. So you be patient. But again, I always say the word, but you are educating your community as you're engaging with them. Because they didn't run to be a board member. They don't have to read everything you have to read. So you are letting them know, I do want to hear. But I also know that my role is a governing body. Look at the big, you can say a little, whatever your 30-second elevator speech is about what your true role is. But acknowledging they want to be heard, and then saying, you're only employee. You can only drop it here. You're not gonna go drop it to Jenna or assistant superintendent, or that, even if it's a transportation issue. He will delegate everything. And so again, just acknowledging whatever their concern is, also educating them that you have one employee. And that's it, and it's a superintendent. You don't hire or fire teachers and principals, athletic director, no. Most people in the community, and it's not just here, most people in the community think that you have that power. Some board members act like they have that power, and so it's confusing for some community people. That's why I say you have to be intentional about educating them as you are learning your role too. Because things are going to come up that's going to throw you for a loop, like, oh, let me go to my handbook to see how are we even supposed to respond to this. You may have laws, but your handbook is what you agree. No, you guys, the whole thing with your handbook, you haven't totally agree because it's not yours yet. And that's what you have to get to. But there are some things in there that are common practice, common best practices for an effective team. So why wouldn't we do it? Right? Ken, you still have something going on? What's going on? Share.
Sorry.
No, it's like you're
Everybody's
thinking.
doing-
It's like, no, it's like the wheels returning, so I want you
The
to.
squirrel was going.
Yeah.
The hamster wheel.
It was like, you know how that bubble comes up and someone says something?
yeah.
What is it, Ken? What is it?
So
This is our space, this,
he's our only employee,
yes.
he's the only one we can bring things to. It's like. And yet we can't inundate. him. So where do we draw the line?
Right. This is where you have to be able to synthesize what all the information you get, and then determine, you can make some slight determination. Again, if there's a rock, a big boulder at the stop sign that the kids might trip over, is that something you need to call the superintendent about, really? I mean, there are things that boards will bother a little. I was driving down the street and I see weeds, a dandelion is coming up. I'm serious about it, and they bother the superintendent about that. The way a board addresses things about facilities is looking at our budget, do we have enough finite monies in the budget to beautify all of our buildings? That's how the board looks at it. If there's money in there to address that's superintendent, since it's there, is there something going on with maintenance? Because there's money in the budget to mow all the grass, but I see 6-inch high grass. That's how the board addresses those things that seem the lawn and the wheat, literally, the weeds. But it's at the governance
That's
level,
what you
you
did
have a
there.
budget. I know, you have a budget to handle that, but you guys can drive around town and see that it's not being addressed.
And I hear what both April and Karen said
Mhm.
in terms of hearing things. I would rather hear about it. Just my
But how
personal.
about
Maybe not, maybe not.
Careful what you ask for.
But I think the challenge comes up sometimes, and it hasn't necessarily happened with this group. But is when the issue comes up and you've made a commitment to the person.
Yeah.
In terms of how it's gonna be
How it's
resolved
gonna
or
be,
what's
that's it.
gonna happen. Then it can put folks in an awkward
Yeah.
position because there may be a reason that things are that way that you're unaware of, or, you know, something else that's going on, so. That
Yeah.
is it.
Ignorant, but also know when you're engaging with the community, sometimes the situation is handled just because they talk to you. Very briefly, they just, like, you're listening, sometimes people just want to be heard.
Yeah.
So it's not that you guys will stay very busy, and I'm sure you have a life outside of this board. If you are
Try to.
responding to everything people are telling you, but it's gonna be you're gonna go through a training, a learning process, even with the community, because this is a new team together. You guys will start doing things a little bit differently. So you're going to have to go through some growing pains with that. You're adjusting too, but at the end of the day, you're trying to do what's best. We're not trying to put our head in the sand and say, no, that's not happening over there, or we're not trying to do that. But again, the board has to be careful not to just overwhelm the superintendent with complaints. That's not effective use of your time. But again, remember we talked about finding different avenues of letting them share whatever. I actually talked to the board member this morning from Minnesota, and you have a copy of that about how they do their listening session. And if that seems to work for them, people feel that they're being heard, they have to follow still the protocol, but that's what helps them. That's an avenue for them to complain about whatever, but you still do it in a professional, a very respectful way. All those things still apply. You fill out the form, but it is another way of being heard. That if they don't engage, if they don't go to the same grocery store as you, if they never see you, that is a way to do. So that's something that you can adapt, kind of work, offer that. And that again is showing your community that you're listening to them, because you want to listen to them. If they feel that we don't have all, we have to be able to come up here or be online, and it seems like it's a complaint, what you'll find out that in the listening session, it's not just complaints. They are actually saying, I am so appreciative that we may let you know our concern. And we see that the program, how you responded. That's what goes on in the listening session as well. So it's not always complaints.
I do wanna say, I really appreciate this new sharing with us because, one thing I actually noticed just from even being in the community recently is that I think part of our community felt like, we purposely didn't listen to them. When really two sides had come to the meeting and, I mean, there's a strategy to, fill up the speaker time
Yeah.
with your side. And I think one side did not get the opportunity to, and they felt like the rules just as they were played that way, but we didn't, it was no intention of ours, but just the way they were set up, it allowed that for it to happen, and it can happen again in the future. So it's like, this will prevent that, because then people always have that forum
Another
to do so,
option.
because that's, I think the worst feeling is you spend your night, take off time of your day or your night to come here and you don't get the opportunity. I heard that this week and I really felt that, because it's like that was not our intention at all. We're just
And
going by our rules.
And it's scary, like, it takes a lot to get to the point where you're addressing the board, because I've been the parent on the
Yeah.
other side of the podium. And you exhaust all other revenues and you're like, how do I protect my child? So to stand at that podium,
It's
yeah.
scary.
and then sometimes like your children end up paying the price of you standing at that. So you're weighing all that from the other side and stuff.
That's a good observation. Yeah, before you get on the board. And most people think the board is the big bad wolf. But this is letting them, you guys are human. You do care. You truly, the reason you ran is because you have a passion. But you have to start showing that, even though your job up there looks very robotic, but that's just the way the government structure is. But when you have your committees, when you're engaging, listening session, different opportunities to engage with them. And you will see on that listening session, they have 2 board meetings a month. They chose to do a second one. Everybody knows it's the second board meeting of the month. It's up to you to say if you want it every time. That's totally up to you. And it's a board of 7, so they have 3 board members assigned and the superintendent. And as the superintendent, as they listen, the superintendent is the one taking notes, because that means I need to do something. And then she said that when they do come out, they just make an announcement about what some of the things so that their other board members know. Superintendent, so it's an agreement, all the other board members understand that. Superintendent was there, so he already got his notes that if there's some action, he's gonna take care of it. And then that superintendent delegates staff to contact whoever those individuals were. And then sometimes they come back to the listening session just to think, this particular staff person did reach out to me. I didn't understand this, but now I have a better understanding. That's all it is. We don't want anything to interfere with students' learning experience and behavior. So what do you do to remove barriers? That's what we try to get to.
I think this is a great idea, but I'm also looking at it going, we're in the closed session.
Closed session.
What do you do with closed session? What do you mean?
So it starts right now, or
Yeah,
closed session starts at 5. So this
Says who?
says.
That's
I
how
know
we
can
have it
rearrange
structured.
But you know why I said that. Whose meeting is it?
it's our meeting.
So you determine when anything happens. It's just that you have to put notes
I'm
on
getting
it.
excited over here.
So I say, if people get used to closed session at 5, well, some boards do it in the middle of the board meeting. Some boards do it at the end. So you determine what it is. It's just that make sure you have to notify people so that they know. So you determine it. But listening sessions for this group, their board meeting starts at 6, or their board meeting starts at 7. Their listening sessions from 6 to 6:50. And they give that 10-minute time for board members to come in, and then get with the other board, and then they come to guys.
What I was trying to make is that our regular board starts at 6:30, and I would say the average stop is between 10 and 10:30.
It's a new day. We got it 8 something last
I would like to say my stats.
That's the usual
Low.
stop
That's the usual stats.
time.
There's a hell of a lot. Could you repeat that?
That's a lot you're saying.
Yeah.
So you're saying that because if you
Better.
add that, it's a longer.
Exactly, so I'm just trying to figure out how we would crunch it in.
And you may want to start with doing,
Well, I think what it helps, I think what you refer to is that public comment does elongate our
Yep.
meetings.
Yeah.
And this would basically replace
Uh,
it also would. I
Oh,
don't
it's
think
not,
so.
and this is what I wanted, this is what I wanted to
Here's what I'm
say.
saying.
Okay, finish.
Yeah.
I think it replaces the place in the meeting where it can derail our meeting away from what we're doing in our business agenda.
I
Right?
totally
And you're only
disagree.
having them, in the listening session, you're only having 2 board members assigned to these listening sessions. We can kind of alternate also who's at these listening sessions, so we're not all gonna sit there at the same time. So I think that's really.
Well, the alternating part is good. The part that kind of raised the concern is it doesn't replace
Public comment.
public comment.
Well, that, can I say what I'm
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
say,
Go
is
ahead.
that if you look at the list of people who come to our public comment on a regular basis, or like in the incident that you were talking about over the resolution for raising the pride flag. Some people, yes, I agree, Sarah, like they are coming and they need to talk to the superintendent, and the listening session would be beautiful for people in that situation. But most of the people who come to our meeting, they want the audience of the whole board. They want the audience of everyone on Zoom and watching at home on YouTube, and they want it for the record, or they're here because they're, considering their own political moves at some point. So they're not going to take the listening session. And if you look at our public comment, I mean, I keep a list of the names. 75% of those people speak at every single public comment, and some of them speak on every agenda item as well. So we can try it, but I just think it doesn't mean that our public comment during our board meeting is gonna go down.
But
Well,
also,
Yeah.
one thing I want to say, but also remember, who are you not hearing from?
Yeah.
Because they don't want to be a part of just what you
That's what I'm
said.
saying. The listening session, I love it. Let's do it, because even if it helps those families come forward and feel better about like not being in front of the whole public,
Mhm.
absolutely. But let's be clear, it does not mean that our 45 minutes of public comment will be affected at all.
Yeah, suddenly
So,
reduced to 20 minutes.
I agree.
I don't.
I agree with Peter on this. Just because over the years, I do know some of the families and the parents who come forward. And I know that their childcare situation,
Mhm.
I know their work situation. And I also know, some of their political situations, like what they're, and that they're leaders in their communities too. And so their community expects them to come forward. I do know that. But we've never created a structured space
Right.
to have this. So I really do believe that over time, by creating this space, we could see, on average, we could see a change, a positive change in the length of that. Now, for big topics, for example, when we were going through school closures, we know
Yeah.
that's gonna be a
Yeah.
late night. We know that the raising of the pride flag is gonna be, but on average, I really do believe that by opening up this space, we could on average bring our times down, our board meeting time down.
If you look at strategically when you're doing, I'm coming to Joe, when you look at strategically, when you're agenda setting, you have to be strategic on what's placed on the agenda. You don't load it with all your hot items unless they're timed. Now, sometimes it's time sensitive and you have to. But if you can control that, like out of these 2 meetings, we better separate some of this.
Mhm.
Because 4 and 5 hour board meetings not effective. We know as adults, after 2-3 hours, you get hangry. You're just, I'm tired and I'm hungry and I don't want to go home. And so we start behaving that way. And so 3 hours, that was something that should be like a goal. Let's see what we can do. So what can we move around?
And that's half of the 6 hour.
But you can do it. I know you like,
Open
we can.
session is 4, yeah. And that's
I-
after already an hour and a half.
I would be interested to know how many board meetings in the last year we have asked for an extension on the topic. To go
But a lot, significantly less.
Yeah, it's gotten better. It really has gotten
only in
better.
the last, I would say in the last 2 or 3 months.
And that's
But
because
this
it's
is a
summer
new
and those
team
are always
and you
like.
guys are going to be doing that. Go ahead, Joe, and then superintendent. Go ahead, Joe.
If you
Share.
notice, I haven't been saying too much.
Yeah, I was waiting for you though.
And I like to talk.
I'm waiting for you.
So like my instructor told me at the San Francisco State,
Haters.
Class,
Okay.
Oops,
I'd only make a few points. Here, I want to start.
sure.
The 6-star,
On the listening session you're talking about?
yes,
Okay,
I'm gonna read it. It says, individual or group time will be no longer than 3 minutes. In the case of a large number of attendees, the board will allow 2 to 3 spokespersons per topic. So I'm thinking ahead, all these people, it doesn't, which I guess it doesn't say who's gonna pick them or how it's gonna happen, but I guess that the question is, how are you gonna pick just 3 people? And then, the other people
On
will be
that topic.
upset. Yeah.
you don't. Guess what really happened? If there's a group of 20 people who are coming for the same thing, you say, whoever the leader is, can you designate 2 or 3 people to be your spokesperson? That's how you handle that. If you don't want that to be on the book, because you're right. How do you select? And some people you may not know.
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like
So
that.
that's how you do it.
Okay, so that's really good. And then, like earlier, we talked about, I think it was, or maybe it's another page. Giving feedback to the board president.
Yes.
So Peter and I have been working together, and so what I've been trying to do, because I know that words are very powerful, and I try to edify him. I try to tell him, Peter did a great job here and there. I say, I didn't tell you this time was that great. It was great, but not as good as last week because you got us through it quicker. And so that's what I like that Peter's been doing, and I'm saying, okay, keep it. And so, a couple of suggestions. Number one is like, Peter can get us through it at 9:30. Like if I was doing it, I'm gonna talk fast and I'm gonna do things that will cut that time. And then be polite, but say, sorry, we're going on to the next session. But I really would like us to get done at 9:30 because that's our goal. And maybe we'll be a few minutes over. So that's something we can talk about. And the other one is sometimes I've sat in here and people are gonna come up here and they're gonna do a mariachi dance. I'm like, oh my God, we're gonna see all these kids. I know they have to have an avenue to demonstrate something, but it's like, that was like 30 minutes, 45 minutes. We could have condensed it, or we could do it maybe quarterly or something. It's like, why do we always have, and then we have the student representatives making their comments. All these things add up time. We could do it, but we have to shorten the time, or we say, just like this, I like this, that it would be like maybe quarterly. We know in advance, that's when they're gonna do these, whatever they want to demonstrate their, and I know there's a point for that. And the other one is that people, then they're gonna, and as we divide the time, I like this. I hope we do this listening posts, and that's a good point. Whatever it is, we pick the first meeting, second meeting, so people know, and then they know that they're not gonna run us over. So like at 9:30, it's like, maybe we go over a few minutes, but we try to streamline.
And the key thing, again, it is your meeting. This is the best time if you guys are looking to do something different, to look at what you've been doing. And it's not to say how we used to do it is so horrible. It's about what can we adjust? What can we do different? Because it's your meeting. And so ideas, these are what other boards do. They said instead of, the key thing is that I'm glad you recognize that what avenue do children have to share, whatever they're in. Some boards decide that what board meeting it will be, and they connect with whatever the students are. If it's a band or whatever kind of demonstration, they connect it with the student
Right.
rep. They've already determined, oh, this is what our presentation is going to be. You guys determine what's on your agenda and how it's being done. That's what you do. So you think about it. And one thing you said, Joe, that I want you guys to, instead of looking at, we've got to end at a certain time. The key thing you need to, and this is the first thing I said to you guys yesterday, you have a vote and you have a voice. If you're stopping because it's 9:30 and every board member doesn't feel that they've been heard, how effective and productive is that board meeting? Now you have individuals walking away feeling a certain kind of way. So the goal is to ensure that everyone's voice has been heard. And you as an individual monitor, I don't have to reiterate, like if Ken says something that I'm like, we are lying, I don't have to reiterate what Ken said and just say it in a different way. I say, you know what, I'm in agreement with Ken said, we're right there. That's my comment. So each of you, you determine that, you don't have to know, and I'm not saying that you're doing it when I'm using language as, I'm talking about boards as a whole, to pontificate about certain things. This is not the place to do it, and board members aren't intentionally doing it, but I see a lot of grandstanding in certain issues. Could be because you sit in the audience, could be whatever the reason is. As a board, you determine as a team, what does that look like? But the key thing is my voice being heard on every topic, because that's my role. That's my voice needs to be there. And I'm going to determine, I don't have to draw things out. And then the board president determines, do we go around again? If that horse has been beaten and is crying for help, stop it. Just stop the conversation. Because then that's the board president to be able to say, okay, we're going to pull this all together. Everyone have a chance to talk, whether you agree with each other or not, your voice is in the room. And that's what the job is of the board president, to run an effective meeting. Whether the other colleagues like it or not, that's the board president's job. Making sure everyone has a voice, cover this topic, okay, then we must move on. So I want to get the superintendent in, and then I'll jump back.
Actually, you already made.
Oh. I'm in your head. What else?
I would just be curious, can you reinforce what she just said that stood out to you?
So, two things. I think that the question of listening time or the listening session solves a different problem than what we were bringing up. I think the listening session solves the problem that Sarah was bringing up earlier in terms of families, parents being intimidated to speak at a board meeting, in terms of folks not feeling heard. I think that's what this could solve. And maybe one or two speakers would show up that typically show up. But if what we're looking for is a more effective and efficient board meeting, I think that what Deborah is saying is the piece to focus on, making sure, we do the agenda reviews ahead of time, looking at materials. If you have questions, bring them to me or other staff, and we'll try to respond ahead of time so we don't have to take everyone's time with responding to that. Things like that, I think will help us get more efficient time. But I don't know that this is a time issue. I think this will make us better, but not necessarily more efficient time. Yeah.
Are we going around?
I'm trying to jump. Did you have to stop? Is that what you're gonna tell me?
No,
Oh,
no.
okay.
My understanding was that the listening session would honor the board's desire to hear from the community in the way that they want to be heard. In exchange, in terms of where's the time savings, collapsing the hour that we've allocated every single board meeting to hearing from the public on a non-agenda item, which is in addition to 20 minutes per agenda item. So we've gone, and you are correct, you have held to close to the meeting end, but we've been here in the middle of the night. We have spent overnights together on the basis of really wanting to make sure that the public has space. So that's where I thought the exchange would be when you start like editing your policies.
I really want to, Jenna just stole what I was gonna say. I don't think inherently it's just gonna bring down our population if it's still an hour, but we can now have the ability to lower it and say,
Yes.
hey, this time is here now. It's here at the
Yes.
listening session. And because I think that's the part we forget. This is our meeting. We can just change that.
We don't need to.
You don't.
We don't need to anymore.
And I'm gonna let you.
If you look historically, this has been extended.
Yeah.
I think twice in the last like two different board terms. So that's significant if you think about how much time that is. When you add a longer agenda with different consent or items are full, again, that's 20 minutes potentially that the meeting is then extended every single time.
Yeah, just again, looking at how your process is, how your agenda is put together, how do you allow the community to speak on every agenda item? Or do you allow them to just, here's your time, talk about whatever you want to, now we're gonna have our business. You just have to look at different ways that are effective. What I will do after, when I pull everything together for you, I do a summary, I will create a Google folder for you. I'm going to put some links in there of watching some other board members on how they do just what you're trying to do. So if you don't have to recreate the wheel, but you adjust it to the needs of your community. And yes, it's important to listen to your community. Hard stop. It is your business meeting. And that's your focus. You have to handle the business of the district. The community has a piece of that. So the board meeting is not the only time that they can come here. They can walk in this, is your office in this building? They can come here and set up an appointment to talk directly to the person who's gonna really handle. So allow people, some individuals think that coming here, because you guys are the power players, that you're going, that means that their situation's gonna be handled. Not so. Let them know, you be very clear, make an appointment with me. You know, I'm here to, you need to make an appointment with my staff. Someone is here, so Monday through Friday, show up. So one more time, who else has some? Because we're gonna keep moving, but all of this is connected, so I'm glad we're having the conversation. So every now and then you'll see me flash something up on the screen, because I want you to remember what your roles are.
I just want to be really quick. We're like notorious for maybe 25 to 20 slide presentations coming from staff. And so I've made the suggestions before about just
And
condensing
you
that
superintendent for
within
writing, because you know I'm getting ready to say something there.
within like maybe having like a 4-slide presentation with a link in the agenda or something of that sort, so that we can get the depth of the presentation. And then this is mainly just like presenting out to the public.
Thank you for saying that. You don't even have to go to the point of saying 4 slides. Stat, you are very clear to your superintendent what you need to know. I'm a bullet type person. Give me 4 bullets on the slide. Highlight it. I don't, for me, if you're gonna sit there and read the slide to me, I can't. I can read. So I need you to put some things in there that trigger. And if you notice all of my slides, that's just triggering for me to say something. You can read. Same with presentations. I don't want a slide that has all of this language. There are templates of how to present. That's what the superintendent has to do with his staff to make sure the board needs to know this. Remember about data. Where were we? Where are we not? Show me that on the slide. Same with when your the results of the assessment. That pie chart, you could right away look like, oh, without even reading the details. So again, saying what works for this board, what type of information, and then allow his staff to put it together. 15-minute presentation should be the max. I can see budget gets long-winded, but you should have had some study sessions on budget. Any big ticket items, study sessions. No more than 2 topics within 2 hours. Let's preferably have 1 topic for 2 hours. Deep dive, so that when you come to the board table, it's recap. And supporting documentation is attached. So it's just thinking about how do we redo things. That's going to impact, guys, go back to your time. 20, 25, 35-minute presentations. Are you kidding me? No, it's not necessary. If the board is clear on what do you need to know at this business meeting tonight, that's what I want to do. Okay.
Yeah, we used to have it 10 minutes for action, 15 minutes for info, and somewhere I think that just.
10 minutes for action.
But what I wanted to say is,
Are they calling us? No.
what I wanted
We
to
have
say
silence
is,
for phones. We
in
can't.
light of like looking at different areas of our board meetings, something that I've entertained before has been moving board member comments to the end of the meeting. And I think now, especially like with how much you've been emphasizing that this is our meeting to do business for the district, I do think we should be looking at our board member comments. Because that takes up a lot of time, and honestly, like most of what ends up being shared, myself included, is not stuff that's like for us to learn together. It's for us to go to the community, and then that's reinforcing to them that this is like a public meeting.
Yeah.
And not, right, even the structure of this, like I think every part of our agenda needs to come under a little bit of reflection, because we all take up a certain amount of time, and maybe we have talks with our student board members too. I mean, I don't know, but I think every single thing then
I
needs
love
to
it.
come under. No, I do too, but I mean, even the superintendent, every single thing should come under a little bit of like, how do we steer it in the direction? And orient our
What's your
community.
outcome trying to be? Even when your students present, there should be some structure for them.
Yeah.
So that it's an effective way of not just come to talk about an event that they had. That's not a really good use. If they want to be a student rep, they may have wishes to want to do what you guys do. They're aligning themselves, so they need to see this. Give them some responsibility that shows governance. What does it look like? You're educating them as they're in that position. So you utilize that, but again, keeping in mind, it's your business meeting. How do we get, now, if I pulled up one of your agendas, would I be able to look at your agenda and see student achievement all through that? So what business are we in? That's the place to start. And it's not just you, this is happening all, we forget, we put so much stuff on the agenda, but forgetting, we are talking about educating children. Presenters, what are you talking about educating? Tell us something about educating kids, because that's the business you're in. So how do you change some of the things that are being presented to you or attach it to? They can give you this information, but what does it have to do with the outcome that we're supposed to be monitoring? Whether it's going to be a learning curve, but you guys have to model it by showing what your agenda looks like, so that I walk in and someone off the street come in and like, well, I'm talking about student achievement. That's what parents want to hear. We're assuming they want to hear, they just want to complain. They want to hear, what are you doing to educate my child? But if they don't see that on the agenda, they're going to have some choice words for you.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Do your governance teams that you work with, do they ever do workshops with their the student trustees?
Yes.
I think that would be good.
Absolutely.
That would help them a lot.
Yeah.
Just
It will, because then they will understand truly more what your role is. And remember, they're just seeing you up here.
It's,
Well, we
they,
identified something at the last meeting, we talked about this, like I said, we want to have a forum for them, because sometimes I feel like a lot of the stuff they present is stuff that we can take care of. We can actually get those problems solved before they happen. You know, some of it was negative, and yes, we want you to continue to share that with us, but I don't think this is a forum to
That's
do
not the
that.
point, but they don't know that.
Yes, exactly. And
They
that,
don't know that.
Kamari's actually pretty good about that. They'll
Yeah.
send, but I think our.
And just like
Our two.
the expectation is of you, once you get your board packet, you have a window of time, I'm just gonna be assuming something, that there's a window of time where after you have reviewed it, if you have any questions, questions go over here, so that most of them can get answers, so that they don't have to be asked of you. But then some board members say, well, the community needs to know, again, you're the ones who they trust to handle the business. If it's on the agenda, it is going to be covered at the higher level, but if there's just some clarifying questions, that's what you do up here. The clarifying questions, and that then the dots are connected. But your role is to handle the business and encourage the community to participate in your work session, because that is the deep dive. But how many do you do that? Do they come to your work session? Do you tape them? Are they recorded? Yes. or
there
no?
is some,
Your work session.
there's work done with the student board. So
Yeah.
I'm the liaison. I host an annual orientation where you talk about what the presentation should look like. Sometimes we get feedback that presentations, we can do the work behind that, but sometimes the presentations are led more by the mentors and staff, that are assisting them. And so it's not as independent and authentic as a voice that we'd like it to be, but they certainly are oriented in that way. And certainly they're also taking from the leadership here in terms of how they're showing up. But we also offer to them any CSBA student or, workshops, PDs, we offer it to them if it fits in their schedule. Trustee Lewis is one that definitely takes advantage of that. But we are checking in, we're looking at presentations, kind of talking through some things. And so they're definitely not out there on their own like that, but we can certainly,
Do you allow students to vote?
We should.
they can preferentially vote. They haven't they can preferentially vote. They just haven't exercised it yet.
And some of that's how it is, and not that they're roll call, because you guys are.
I assume.
Where we've invited their feedback on purpose. and
Feedback
kind of-
is, yeah,
yeah,
the
yeah.
feedback is what I would agree. I
Yeah.
think the hard thing is that if we do allow them to vote, it's very politicized thing.
Yeah.
Where ours is a very official voted in process, right? And there'd have to be a very trustworthy
Oh, okay.
process.
Okay.
To try, you know,
And we have three. If we had
Exactly.
one, it would be different.
Yeah, oh,
that's
yeah,
swing-
three.
That would
It
swing.
could
Wow.
sound like.
Yeah.
But
Don't we have
that's an-
4?
We
Well,
do, but
Four.
But I mean, the other problem is that sometimes they have to leave and when our meetings go late and the action is at the end, which is
That's right.
why I would like us to consider restructuring
Yes.
the order of our things, because if we did the action sooner, our student board members would be here
Fulfilling it,
contributing to that conversation, and that does guide our vote a lot. It
Yeah,
has
it
guided
does.
our vote a lot when we've heard from them,
That,
so.
that is a great reason for thinking about that, because again, first and foremost, they are students. They have homework probably, they have to do.
Yeah.
They have to get home and go to bed, and so they get up and do this again in the morning. So thinking of that, restructure, because it's your meeting, you want to inconvenience you, not your students or the community inside. You guys can stay, because this is what you signed up for. So restructuring, and you can do that, as long as it's advertised and people know, then you can, you control that. So before we take a break, just, you guys know this, but I always like to make sure it's a quick cheat sheet on what your roles are compared, the school board compared to the superintendent. Who's in charge of the meeting? That's what we've been talking about. So I was very intentional. Your budget and then the curriculum, you establish the criteria, but the superintendent recommends and oversees it, right? Personnel, criteria, you approve it or reject it. That's all your role. And superintendent does the interviews, recommendations, hires, and evaluates and all of it. Look at that community relations, that positive image that you guys do. That's the work that you do when you leave the board table. Labor relations, provide guidelines, ratifies contracts. Student services adopts policies for care and control of your students. And any of your facilities, you develop policies, and superintendent and team implements be based on the policy. So just remember that, but this is how you wrap it up. The board, you just have to know the difference. Policy, goals, accountability, community leadership. That's the Board of Education. Superintendent is staff, operations, and educational leadership. You guys are going to get this PowerPoint. And so this is just how you wrap it up. This is a good way of just showing the community of what the board's role is. This is the 10,000-foot view of, you wrap it up in a nice bow of what the board's role is.
Maybe we add this, like yesterday, I think I was talking about the norms for the meeting, but maybe this is something we add in. just
Add
to
in,
Remind the community, like, here's the way it works.
So it's best that they understand,
Yeah.
because the frustration comes when they trying to get you to do something, but not knowing that that's not even your role. So that's the education. So I want you to take a quick break. You have these 8 characteristics, again, that commitment to the vision, that strong beliefs and values of what is possible for students. You're accountability driven, not only you're holding your superintendent accountable, but you are holding each other accountable for this job that you told your community you will do and do it well. That collaborative relationship with the staff, we mentioned that about how you build relationships with someone outside of your superintendent. Data savviness, the data should make you do it. It's not about how we feel, what we think, what our neighbor told us, what our friends told us. What are the data trends? And you use different, I know you guys have the data dashboard, but there are different data platforms, quantitative and qualitative data. You align your resources to meet your goals. And this is very important. There is unfair for you to give the superintendent a charge to do something that you have expectations, and there is no money to support it. Not only financial, but staff, human capital. He has to have the staff to do the job. You lead as a united team with your superintendent, okay? And then you do what you're doing now. You partake in your professional training. Just like superintendent, the principals and the teachers are required to continue their education. Boards of education should do that. You're the only one that is not required. But when boards invest, it's going to help you in your decision-making because you are learning this job as you are doing it. So before we go on, we're going to go on break, and then you're going to take a quick quiz with your elbow partners. Your elbow partners there, and then you two are elbow partners. So take a quick 10-minute break, no more than that. If you come back together, you guys start answering the questions that are in your folder. This is what is called blurred lines. It looks like this in your folder. This will help kind of talk through whose job is it? Is it the board or is it superintendent? That's why it's called blurred lines, because you're gonna like, I don't want you to think too hard on it. Don't put too much into it. Just answer it the way it said.
100.
You guys gonna get
A
100%?
plus plus.
Okay.
A plus.
They're gonna get 100. You're gonna get 100.
I'm gonna get extra credit.
Okay. All right, take a stretch break and then come back and start working with your elbow partner.
I like that.
Oh, no, no,
Mm.
this is for,
You guys.
yeah, that's. That's that bad.
Under like maybe.
Sorry. That's us.
You already have. Probably already have a policy.
Yeah.
Yes.
You don't know what it is.
And that's good, so don't put too much thought. in it.
Oh,
Okay.
But do you have,
I
do you think, do you,
Yeah,
do you
That'd be
control,
great.
and do you control where students go?
No.
But it.
Well, I don't think. Oh, I see. That's it, yours.
No.
Yeah, it's only the school is to like making the consent. Yeah. Perhaps like exactly. That would be, I'll see what happens. Yeah, I hope. Schedule. That's.
Yeah, very good. Everyone else to come in.
No, we don't need.
Okay. Sure. Excuse me. Sure.
Oh, that's your team.
That's
Yeah.
The decision.
Yeah.
Because we're just talking about the negotiation. That's. You approve it or not, approve it, right?
Yeah.
You give direction.
Did I tell you that some of them have?
Here are my answers.
Wait, what?
Okay, so we wrote that, yes, I did write that.
You can have two.
Okay.
Okay, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just for.
Looks like we agree on a lot of the D ones.
The ones that I think,
I think
you might see.
See, it didn't say schools. It's buildings.
Oh, that was your shoe. No.
If it's a
So
school,
Depending on where it is.
trying to understand or.
so there could be several buildings. Yeah,
They're gonna, everybody's gonna disagree.
Oh, so, but you're right. but-
Everybody's gonna disagree with me.
Or.
So that would be.
I think.
I'm not even sure.
Right?
Because since I started, it's already the calendar.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yes, that's where I sort of really Yeah. So there's really just that one, right?
That's really just the report.
Looks like we
out,
agreed
just the report out.
here. Canceling the prom. I wasn't sure about that one. Yep, A/B.
Except for.
Yeah.
That's 2 minutes.
Well, it's interesting. We'll find out. What about 18? Would you go for 18?
That's
I could say
Yeah.
right.
taking complaints directly to the board meeting.
That was, she had all this discussion. Yeah, I just love the. I like it.
Oh, one of those, sorry.
That's on our policy.
Seems like that should come before the board.
Something that comes.
Look, it hands you see clause.
Yeah,
Like that was.
like something must have happened, so.
I don't know.
It's kind of contrite if it just comes to us,
Well,
but informational item.
Yeah, that's, I kind of like, there's 3 different high schools. So it's like, it could be one.
Right.
We'll find out.
Let me do at A/B
Which one?
for that one. Or number 9. B.
Yeah.
Some of these. On have like 3 answers.
Like.
Like these accepted amount of residents to.
So. I thought the wording makes me. I'm like, this doesn't seem fair.
You guys need another minute?
I'm sure it's saying someplace.
Oh, yeah.
And that's that.
That's one.
Is it ready?
We're, is it just 20?
Just answer your last one. All right, how you guys doing? Our high achievers over here. Okay, so this is not a reflection on how intelligent this team is. It's just what it's called blurred lines. And sometimes you don't know.
Can I just say, we intentionally got a few wrong just to make you guys
You
feel
hear
better
that?
about yourself. Team members.
No, I don't believe it.
Just
You
a
know.
couple.
I know, right?
You don't believe, okay,
It's not just about us. Two.
I know, about the peach. Everyone needs
I'm glad you
to.
didn't go through my paper, I guess, but I got
Oh.
the answer sheet.
We
Okay,
didn't need to, we didn't.
you didn't need to. Okay, so, adopting the school calendar. What say you?
C.
C.
B.
Oh.
What's this group?
I have D. And I will justify that in fact.
D is correct.
Okay.
Now, Ken, I need you to justify that, because you and you and Joe.
Confidence.
And Joe dropped that and walked. That's our answer.
Yeah. I thought Eric wanted to just slay.
How did you justify that? You wanna start, Joe?
Yeah, because
Joe or.
Ken.
No, I'm talking, I mean, Joe and Ken, they're partners, so
Yeah.
they get credit for it.
Yeah.
So D is the issue should be placed on the agenda for action by the board. So you guys, well, really, you don't have to justify those who did not say D. What made you think it was?
Because we're not engaged in the process of deciding the calendar at all. The board is not. So it's something that's handled,
It gets to us.
negotiated, and then
Yeah.
it comes to us and we don't really,
You
we're
just
not involved.
answered it. It comes to you because don't put too much in it. It still has to come to the board for action to approve it.
No, it's not. Yes, but here's the thing.
The issue should be placed, that's all it said, the issue should be placed on, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that he does.
We also purposely missed some questions.
You did, okay.
Anybody feel-
Go ahead, Ken. What were you gonna say?
It's negotiated, right? So it just comes to us as a,
A vote.
Approval.
Yeah.
you know,
Well, it's technically a real vote. That's, I guess we just
and it's not a
thought
real vote because
it is a vote.
it's already in
It's
place.
in place, and you have to trust, this is where you trust that the people did what they were supposed to do, that how you should do. But at the end of the day, you look at, do you guys read things before you vote? Okay. So if there was a red flag, you should say something, but at the end of the day, this is all it's telling, it does go on the agenda. Okay? All right, the
Sorry, I think- just for
reassigning,
Clarity, I think
Yeah.
Peter and I were just interpreting that as the C
Separate
is to
thing.
distinguish that the board's not involved in this conversation about it, right? We are not involved in the planning of the calendar.
Like, there's a lot of
That's
work
what
that's
we were
done in the
meaning.
calendar before it even gets to us, I guess.
right, but what I want, don't put too much into it, don't put that much thought into it. And this is where sometimes the board has to make a quick decision. Is that my job? That's what this is making you really think about. If I had to make a
Yeah.
quick decision, that's not my
But
role.
we do have to
Yeah.
make a vote on it, so that's D. Gotcha.
Okay, so number 2, reassigning an elementary principal to another building. What say you?
D.
Hey,
By another building, you said another.
It didn't say campus or school.
Again,
Please can't get it again.
I'm so sorry.
You're- You gotta go have to do some,
we better just turn the mic closer to Sarah.
Sarah, take.
One, I'm not the one.
So A,
You got that?
A, superintendent, what did you guys say?
you did not. He's lying.
That is what you said, A.
Oh, you did say that?
Just now.
Just now?
I knew it.
Now, how did you guys just, cause, that's, what? The issue is strictly administrative.
So we thought it was the, involuntary or something.
You guys, it didn't say that. All it said was reassigning an elementary principal to another building. That's not,
We're in
a
agreement.
board is so far away from that.
But you mean taking over another school?
We
It
didn't say
didn't
that.
say school, it said building.
It said building.
Oh, my gosh.
There could be several.
We totally
buildings.
thought different school. We thought different school.
Yeah.
See?
Closed session.
Yeah.
Nope, not that
Yeah,
at all.
I see, okay.
Okay,
Ah.
there you go.
Oh,
All right, listen, banning
I
seclusion,
feel like I need.
banning seclusion and specific restraints for adults with disabilities. Got to real think about that.
Student,
I mean, students with disabilities.
D.
We got
Oh
D.
my God.
D.
Sometimes it's not decided by you or the superintendent because it's the law.
Ah.
It's the law.
That was a trick question.
So what's the answer?
It is E.
Deborah, you are tricking us.
I know. It's just making you
I
count
think it was
really
really
hard.
I'm over.
I know.
Well, there you go. But
It just makes you really think about, whoa, I guess we, but wouldn't these be some conversations that you can have with community people because it's
Yeah.
affect.
Yeah,
But
this is really
really,
good.
you don't even have, it's like, it's the law.
Mhm.
Right.
This is
That's a good one.
demoralizing.
That's a very good one.
I need an easy one.
It's gonna be okay.
Oh my goodness.
Give me-
Our overachiever.
Okay, here we go. Adopting the annual school budget.
Please be D.
D.
Please be D.
Finally.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Adopt, now this determine if you guys do block scheduling. So adopting block scheduling for the high school.
D.
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 What did you guys say, Ken and Joe?
D. We did.
B.
No.
Administrative issue, but it should be placed on it as an information. The board should know this, but not that you have to vote on it.
Oh, because it's for one high school?
Yeah,
But if it was a policy we were taking on scheduling,
It'd be-
we could
it'd be
have it
different.
D, right?
right.
Which is why we chose
Oh, I
D.
didn't realize these words were so tricky.
But it didn't say all that, right?
Oh my.
Okay, number 6, scheduling. Okay, this is gonna be interesting.
C.
Scheduling an overnight trip for an athletic event.
C.
Hey,
A.
because it's scheduled.
Oh my
But
God.
we vote on it though. We vote on the.
This is not decided by,
Oh.
it's not decided. Do you have an athletic director? That you have given them and empowered them to make decisions?
Oh, but isn't the AD in the administration?
But E says the issue may not be decided by either the board or the superintendent. It didn't say administrator, it said the superintendent. You have delegated your staff to make decisions.
Oh, by administrative that's.
Oh, we've been thinking like all administrators.
On A.
On A, but this one is
We
Not
did
E.
too.
too.
We did that too.
Six.
So you think about E, when it says not even, but it's specific, E says specifically the superintendent. So it's not talking about your AD. You have given them, they have the responsibility, they should have some responsibility to make some decisions about this, because there's policies in place to say if kids go overnight, and so you have to
Yeah.
trust that they follow. those
But it's
rules.
A that we're saying, your use of administrative. That's the one we're looking at, on A, administrative meaning what?
It depends on what question you are. Because you see how E specifically said the superintendent. It didn't say administrative. Some of them, it will be like the AD who is administrative, but it just depends on the question.
Okay, so it's
So
the answer
A
for
would work
six.
on that one.
It's up
also.
here, it's E.
Six is E.
They're on the
So
board, on here.
And A would work on that also then.
No. Because this is specifically talking about, no, we're not gonna add that.
I think,
No.
I think,
No, we cannot.
I don't think A is, I just want to make a case for A.
I know, it is.
You're trying to make a case for A, but no, the answer is no. Okay, eliminate number seven. Number seven, eliminating transportation for a high school student.
So, okay, by administrator, you mean superintendent, that one also.
What's your
We-
answer?
Is
Yeah,
it
we
A?
chose
We have
A.
We have A.
Because I'm thinking that would be.
Then it's E then.
Oh my goodness.
So our A's should be E's.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of our A's should be E's.
But a principal could decide this and they're an administrator.
That's what we thought.
Eliminating transportation for a high school student is not decided by the board or the superintendent. So this is where they add, you have your delegated staff makes these decisions. And it's not that, some of these too, it's not that you guys won't ever know. But is it required? I'm just making sure you guys know, some things are not required for board action. Some is FYI. Some things the superintendent knows and he's handled it. The staff has made a determination, something occurred that they had to do this. And that doesn't, all those things don't have to come to the board. Okay? Number 8, suspending students. Now think about
Now
this.
we'll be in your language zone and we'll say E.
E.
We're learning, Deborah, how you're
Yeah, A.
defining your terms here.
E here.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh my gosh.
No, that's E. Okay, okay. No.
Because
That's
A and E is strictly administrative and need not be on the agenda. And it's and this thing, and this may not be decided by the board.
I think I need a piece of paper.
So this is, again, this is why it's
Definitions out
called,
there.
this is why it's called blurred lines, because sometimes you just don't know. And this is when you have a conversation with your superintendent. So now this one, canceling the senior prom for cause.
E.
What say you, Ken and Joe?
B.
It's administrative, but the board should be informed. The principals have control over their building, don't they? Remember, they have authority to do something because there's protocol, there's policies in place. You allow them to handle it, but they will never blindside the board. You guys will know, but you do not get to vote if we're having a prom.
Well, why not E if we should not decide about the senior prom?
Because you should know.
Because you should know about it, because this is gonna be controversial. You should know about this. Yeah.
That makes sense.
But you don't take any action. You have, again, this is where you trust the staff that they followed all the protocols to come to that decision. Something must have occurred for them to have to cancel the prom. That's major. Okay, so it's kind of making you guys think outside the box here. Now, whether this applies to you, but accepting a non-resident student on a tuition basis. I don't know if you guys do that. What would you think it would be? What do you guys think?
E, but we did have A.
And you're
D, the issue should be placed on the agenda for action. It depends on if you do, because the board has to, that has to do with either boundaries or some criteria of accepting students and whatever your policy,
inter-district.
whatever that is.
That's why, yeah, we never have had this come to
And
us.
that's okay, but in case you did, now you know what the answer is. Okay, here's the one, assigning, I want to see how you guys deter, assigning students.
E,
E.
Well, E would be E.
Okay,
Yeah.
Don't ever change your answer.
Oh, we had A.
Wait, we have A.
Strictly administrative, need not appear,
You did-
moving kids, students around
We
that.
changed our A's to E.
but then why isn't that also E?
No, we don't do that.
The issue may not be decided by, well, that's true, it's not decided, but the answer is, it is strictly an administrative role. That's what it's trying to tell you. That is strictly an administrative role. E doesn't really say that, but this is letting you know that's administrative to move kids around. That's not anything to do with the board. Okay, number 12, excusing a child of compulsory school age from attendance. What do you think that one is?
A,
What's yours?
A.
What's yours, Ken and Joe?
What's yours?
E.
mine's-
A.
I got D.
It's
E.
Who makes the decision? Is it a law?
Wait,
Excusing a child, is there a law about that? Kids- Yeah. So it's not, that's just saying that that's not your decision, you have to follow the other protocol, right? Okay, negotiating for purchase of property. Whose job is that?
Oh.
E,
The actual negotiation.
although the superintendent might be involved in it, so A.
Does the board not have anything to do with it?
Not negotiating.
Not negotiate, look, think about the whole process. If anything's being negotiated in a purchase of a property, do you guys have to approve that?
We guide the negotiation. That's
Do you have to
true.
approve it?
Yeah,
Yes, I had. it.
That's why action by the board, so you gotta really look at the key answers. You have to take action on purchasing anyway.
we had A.
Do you guys feel it, but what throws board, because you're thinking of, we don't physically negotiate, but you better be approving property purchase, right?
Yeah.
See how these lines are blurred? Okay. Releasing information from a closed session.
none of the above.
A.
Well, we report out.
We do.
That's why the superintendent reports out all action.
A or E.
It technically does appear on the agenda. though.
A and E.
Oh, good job.
Oh, it should be an E.
Hey,
Yeah. The reporting out, yeah. But yeah, the issue may not be decided by the board or the superintendent. Releasing things that are happening behind closed doors will eventually become public. But it's how they end up coming public. So boards who end up reporting before it gets out, of course, that causes harm to, because it's very sensitive what you're talking about behind closed door.
But the
So-
superintendent does report out. That's why E doesn't work, because the superintendent reports it at every meeting.
But it says releasing information, that's not reporting out, but see, there's more to it. Releasing information, it could be some details about why we fire someone. You gotta think about all of that, how it will impact if the information gets out when it's not supposed to. So this is just challenging you to think differently. Evaluation of staff,
A,
thank you.
Or D.
No,
What
A,
about my evaluation?
Yeah.
it didn't say of the
These
super,
are ones
I'm a
that-
staff.
of staff. Don't read more into it, it says of staff, it didn't say of superintendent. Strictly administrative. Color and style of high school band uniforms.
A,
A.
Oh, no.
Yeah, our A's should be E's, right?
Cited-
Mm,
A
don't-
slash E,
Yeah.
Stick with your A
A.
And-
A.
And another one, it could be
That would be
A and B.
What?
Maybe.
Strictly administrative, doesn't have to appear, but it should be on the agenda for FYI. You just need to know I mean, it's good to know.
No, because then it's an agendized item and then it opens it up now, right? Like, why do we?
I don't
need to
It's an
know?
informational piece, right?
If it's do you guys have not, you don't put informational? That's not.
But
up
then
for
we have a
discussion?
whole procedural order around it,
You have to discuss everything?
which, well, I mean, if it's an information item and then also the public gets to have 20 minutes to talk about it. So I would say no.
Maybe it's how you guys,
It sounds like a procedural order
So we can
change
stick with
might
just
be.
A, some districts
worthwhile.
it's applied to. So,
I almost think it should be D. What if they choose hideous colors? We should have a vote on that.
Every day there's somebody trying to take out Peter.
if a high school change. Yeah, yeah. But think about, there's a process, any of these things happen, there has to be processes in place. So when it's a confusion, your next question is, do we have a process in place for this?
Mhm.
Or if board members can really get hung up because they want, just say a trip to Washington DC to go to all the museum was canceled. And they're in an uproar about it. But there has to be reason why. What's the protocol? Maybe we could not get enough chaperones. We're not allowed to send 35 kids with one chaperone. There could be so many different things. So you have to think about it that way. Okay, adopting LGBTQ plus and gender less access to school facilities. Every district has gone through this. What say you, board?
E, because you
There's two
said it's
answers.
code that's higher than us, right? Or it's a law.
Two answers.
This should be placed on the agenda for action.
Because it's policy then?
It is policy there, that's
That's
it.
what we had.
That's why we leave it D because there is policy around it. Yep, there you go. That's it. Okay, listen to this one. Taking complaints directly to a board meeting.
E.
Oh, yay.
What'd you guys get? Oh, they quit.
You guys do you have any control over the complaints coming to you?
I just had A.
Yeah, no complaint. You have no control. Okay, terminating a teacher's contract.
D.
C, if it's on consent, it does come to the board meeting. No, it's on separations.
Oh.
So you could say D.
I'm not telling you the answers.
C.
D, I guess, yes, D, because we vote on it.
Oh, we got it. It's T.
Yeah, we got
Yeah.
D.
Oh, we did have.
Because at the end of the day, this is an action item that you guys have to do action on. Okay, and the last one, committing the board to an extension of a contract.
D.
D.
Right.
We all got it right. We all got it right.
God, I don't want to see this.
And so even when you give a quick. So again, it just kind of helps you understand how blurry those lines can be about what your superintendent is. And what community people can come up to you, telling you about that's really, it is blurry. But some things, this is how you can educate that there are laws in place about children with challenged abilities and things of that nature. Okay? All right, so remember the expectations, what you wrote down on your 4 quads?
Oh, yes.
Remember this? Everyone did their homework? But we're going to go over this, and as I'm listening to
I
what
know.
you're saying, I'm also going to be looking at to see how it aligns with your handbook. Because there are some things in your handbook that even though this team didn't create it, it is the district, it is your handbook until it's not. Which means until you change. But as of today, Friday, September 22nd, 2023. Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna just come forward and say I went to Walmart afterwards to get something for my daughter's tournament, and then I did not do my homework and I plan to do it at lunchtime, so.
So
I
but
went
you're
home.
gonna be doing it like right now. So pull it
It's
up.
okay to do it now, okay.
Sure. By the time we get to you, you better have something. I said, it better have. You should have something to say.
I mean, I always have something to say.
just trying to get one bullet on you. You have
Yeah.
to, okay? So, who would like to share their, we're gonna do board to board. Anyone, just jump in there and tell me, what are your expectations of your colleagues, this team? So we're not reflecting about whatever, and we're talking about, for us to be effective, this is what I expect from my colleagues. So we're all listening to each other, okay?
Policymakers,
To be policymakers,
the expected people,
okay?
I think cordial and collegial.
Yeah.
That moves us in the right direction. And community leaders.
Community leaders.
I got 9 things.
Well, oh, you guys better listen. He's really gonna lay it on you. Go ahead, Ken, tell us.
Perfect board would be a group of folks with a professional, collegial attitude, fellow board members. 2, professionalism, positivity. Public.
Can you speak up?
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Really?
Yeah.
Whoa. I've lost my teacher's voice over the, if I retired. So number 1, I have a professional and collegial attitude to fellow board members. And 2 and 3 are kind of the same. I have professionalism and positivity in public. And then number 3, I have a positive attitude in public in regard to other board members. Number 4, a willingness to listen to fellow board members.
Oh,
I have number 5, a respect toward each other. Number 6, I have down kindness at the end of it all. At the end of it all, when we've made a decision and so forth. 7, being critical of one another and being respectful at the same time. And number 8, I have don't take things too personally. And the last thing I have is being willing to submit to the will of the board.
That's a good one. That's a really good one.
let's say you, Joe. Board to board, just that one.
Wasn't really sure how to answer.
Can you put the mic to Joe?
Sorry, Joe.
I wrote down, I think we're trying to work together and begin to gel. To be policy makers, community representatives, and kind of like my brother here, respectful for each other.
There, let's say. Expect board members.
I honestly, I don't know if I can honestly answer that question. I do want to spend a little bit more time, but I am currently reacting to what Ken has said. And so I honestly want to sit with it before I say anything because, yeah. Mhm.
All right, we're going to.
May I go?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I thought, oh, I see, oh, sorry.
Thank
Yes,
you.
There, jump on in there, sorry.
Follow the agreements that we've made in the governance handbook. These to me are like things we've agreed to. So we should honor them. Be a respectful leader, follow the rules of order and the Brown Act. And, you know, we've all not done that in some capacity. So this is like me included. Do not undermine procedural order or the president when they're holding procedural order. This has been coming up for us in the last few times, like Ken left a meeting or went to use the restroom, or Sarah yesterday, or many times where someone's not at a meeting. And I think that if we're going to, we need to just come up with what do we do if a board member isn't present for a vote? And it's like, do we wait for that board member, or are we comfortable moving forward with a vote? Because we recognize that if one person's not there, we just continue forward. So I feel like that's been causing some back and forth for us, and we should come up with a clear agreement on if a person's not going to be there and or if a person's late, how do we react in that? Or do we start a meeting without our president if he's 5 minutes away? Just something that it makes me uncomfortable when we don't have a process, because then it's always open to interpretation and people are misreading how people are reacting to that. And then the last one is board gets behind board decisions, even if in the minority vote. Kind of what you were saying, Deborah, like once that decision is made, it's up to us to push for for it to be successful, no matter if we were in agreement with it or not.
Absolutely. Marinate in that, and I want to expect you to memorize all 5 world type stuff for you. But these are just good protocols, what you expect. Again, they're not personal. You want to start thinking of what's effective for a team to do the work. What the board doesn't want to do is hinder your ability to handle the business, which is what you were elected to do. And so sometimes these things get in our way. There are a lot of assumptions, especially this one, if someone leaves, every individual knows what the agenda is. If you walk out, and we're not talking about if there are emergencies or anything like that. You do what you have to do. But if we know that there's a vote coming on, we have to be present, because that's your job to vote. Every individual needs to monitor themselves with that. That is your role to vote. So that the board president and or colleagues are put in a position to say, should we wait? Should we? You monitor your own movement in that regard, as far as if you know a vote is coming up, that do you have to leave? Like, I have hard stuff, I need to go to whatever, grocery store. Volunteer to be a part of a governing structure, and you have to commit to what's ever important to you. If it's 3 hours, if it's 6 hours, you volunteer for this. So every board member has to really invest in this work. But again, I'm not talking about if there are emergencies that come up, and do you have a process where if there is emergency, did you let somebody know? Well, somebody is whoever's in support. That's out of professional courtesy, and because votes matter, because if one person's gone, now you got even high probability of a split vote, and something could die on the table. Could be a contract, all of that, how it impacts everyone else. So every board member needs to be thinking about that. What is my movement causing? It's going to be causing a problem for my team, because I'm not going to intentionally do that. But again, you have to determine what that is and own up to it, and hopefully you sleep at night over whatever your decision. Because you volunteer, I keep going back to nobody forced any of you to take on this job. Volunteer to do it. So we all just have to remember that.
Yeah.
You want me to wait on you? Sure, because you don't have to talk about it now. It can come through. You don't have to. Want to wait?
Well, before I heard his list, I had empathy, respect, policy-minded, and good listeners. And I've added to it. But I do need some time.
Okay. And just let us all remember it, and I said it once, I'll say it again, this is not personal for anyone. But still acknowledging if there was some harm done. I'm not saying that that's not true. What we have to do is work at how do we go forward? Because again, anything that is interrupting this team from being effective is not allowing you to do justice for these students here. And that's not acceptable. Not acceptable. I care about adults. I care way more about children. And you guys should feel that way too.
Exactly how I feel.
Doing this for the kids, because even though we talk about our constituents, you know who truly your constituents are?
The kids.
But they're just not old enough to vote. Yet. They're not old enough to vote. Those seniors,
Yep.
they can do it too. So again, and that's okay. Sometimes this is why we spend time with the board together, because you will never ever have these kind of conversations in society. But it's important to get things, you can say elephants in the room, you can say barriers, whatever. We have to address them, but always try to practice that it's not personal. But if I felt that I've been personally attacked before, I have to sit in that for a moment. But I'm willing to go forward to say, what can we do going forward? And why am I losing?
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. And so.
This is why we need a what do we do if someone calls? Because I think, like, in our meetings, this happens where someone needs a moment And it's like, maybe we should call a point of privilege or a recess or
And a
something.
board meeting, sure.
Yeah, that's what, but like, I know Peter sometimes gets up to leave and I just take over for a minute until he gets back. So we're not in the habit of pausing our meetings for that. So that's what I mean. I just think like it always makes me uncomfortable when we're just making decisions on the fly without having had a discussion about it. Yeah.
Yeah, in my case, it's just a poor timing. I had to recuse myself from a vote. And I thought, oh, perfect time to use the restroom. And then it went faster than I thought.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I actually
No,
missed the
so
vote. then?
Sarah had leaned over and said, should we wait for Ken? And I said, no, our process has been that we just move forward. If anyone gets up to use the restroom, they kind of just know what that might mean.
That you're missing out on.
Yeah,
because
but
you're
then,
active business meeting.
yeah, but then yesterday, it's like when we are in a situation where if we're missing a board member, do we move forward? But then doing so delayed us starting this. So like, there just is not a clear line and.
So delayed when you were in your closed session.
Yeah, and so it's just like, let's decide how we, because I'm fine, if I'm gonna be late, I'm totally fine, everyone moving forward without me, like that, there's nothing I can do about it, I'm getting there as soon as I can, but please go forward with board business. But just because I feel like that doesn't mean everyone feels like that, and I shouldn't make that assumption.
And that's what is covered in your protocol. 'Cause I know when I watched in your handbook, when I watched this training you guys were doing. How often are you, and I think I picked up, it's like once a year if there's a new board member.
Or a new
But was the
superintendent.
assumption, I think Joe was like, well, I didn't know I was supposed to like read this whole book. Was it even very clear?
Normally, we do it at the start, but because we were in the middle of bringing on a new superintendent, it was like, it made sense for all of us to do it together.
Yeah. And it should be a handbook that's not just buried somewhere. Because even especially when you see the agenda and there could be some very spirited discussion about what's ever on the agenda. I think it would be a good idea that certain protocols of how we conduct ourselves, because we know it's going to be sensitive topics that we talk about. So your handbook will guide you through that. And again, it's on some of the things that you guys mentioned that we want to, number one, you're professional and you need to treat each other as professionals. It should not be personal attack. That's never acceptable on anyone. No personal attacks. That means at the dais and in the parking lot. Because just because it's happening in the parking lot, it's hard for me not to bring it here. So again, it's building better relationships with each other. Acknowledging hurt and pain that people have experienced. If someone's offended by a comment I made, I have to find a way to talk to my colleague about how offensive it was without doing it in a very aggressive way. Boards, we have to learn to do that. You have to be intentional about it. But we think, well, I'm on the board, I can act any way I want. No, you can't. Professionalism, that's not how professionals act. And you are a team of 5. And if one person is feeling isolated, everything else should try to pump the brakes. I need to go over here, Ken, what's good? What's going on with you? That's what you should feel that concerned about every board member. And not think, well, that's their problem, I don't have anything to do with it. They feel like I offended them, then you stay in that mode. If they feel you were offended, it needs to be addressed because their feeling is real. If someone's assumption, it's their belief, their perception, it's theirs. And they are going to act accordingly. This is the type of conversations that I always encourage where you have to set aside time like this to have, because you cannot do it at times. This will help your getting to know each other better. And we know, I think, after you work a while with each other, you know each other's triggers. You have to know. You spend too much time together not to know the triggers. And so if you know there's a trigger point, but the topic is on the agenda, I'm going to really think about my words. I think, Joe, you had said earlier something about either today or yesterday, about words are power, or mean, they mean something. But words you say, you can still make your point using different words. Because you should care enough about your colleagues, not to make them feel ostracized or anything. Go ahead, Joe.
2 points. One, sometimes Peter asked me or something, I may verbalize it, I may not, but it'll be, I don't agree with you guys, but I'm going with you. I may not say the part about, I agree, I don't agree, but I'll say, okay. And I said, okay, Peter, I'm with you guys. I mean, which means I'm with you in the vote, even though I don't agree with it. If I strongly don't agree, then I'll tell you. So yesterday, an example was, I know sometimes we want to do things on business. There's something you mentioned earlier about, we talked about like maybe in the 9:30 and we shouldn't go by the letter of law. So yesterday we were voting for,
You don't take that.
well, I'm just, okay, it had to do with a person in position. And so then one of our members was not present. So then I got the feeling they wanted like to get a 5, approval. I said, okay, then I'm gonna abstain. And now they're getting a little upset because now it was gonna be 3-0. And then, anyway, our member came in and so did I. Said, okay, we went with it. And my point was I was stalling because I was trying to give everybody equal, time. And it worked out. Maybe the board didn't like it, but I was looking for the other person's feelings and that we all
So, and your
agree.
colleague is telling you, maybe the reaction, maybe what you observed wasn't that. But we listen to your guy, if they're saying it, one thing I always say, if people are speaking it, believe it until they show you different. If they're saying it, I'm gonna believe it. Because your actions are gonna tell me if that's really true. And then I'm going to deal with you according to the actions I see. Go ahead, Ken.
Kind of feel
Well, thank
like,
you for that, Joe.
I kind of feel like even if and when we get protocols in place that we have, that there can also be some grace.
Yeah, it's a good point.
If I'm late or if somebody's late, there can also be, it doesn't hurt us to wait 5 minutes. You know what I mean? I mean, I know there's a limit to that, but I'm just saying,
That's being considerate of your team. I would say, I don't think anyone is gonna walk in intentionally like, let's stay out here in the parking lot, let them be like. You have to assume the best of people, and giving grace is excellent. If you're running late, notify someone. 5 minutes is not a big deal compared to 30 minutes late. Then that person knows if I'm 30 minutes late, I know they're going on. But if it's only 5 minutes, we can do, because even though it's posted that you're supposed to start, I'll just say 7 o'clock. Are you going to be penalized if you start at 7:10? Whose meeting is that? I'll go back to.
But
As long
with
as you're
that,
still allowing everything to occur, you want to start on time, but again, you need the power players at the table to handle your business.
but that's why I'm saying, like, okay, so if you're late for 5 minutes and we waited for you, but then Joe's late 10 minutes and we didn't wait for him, that's where I start to get, or like the other night when Sarah, you were at the bathroom, and in my mind, I'm like, it's not that I don't want to wait for you, it's that we don't do that for any other board members. And so like, it makes me just get nervous
Yeah,
to
I-
have it that willy-nilly. Like, let's just have a what we're all comfortable with, get it clear, and then no one will be worried that we're doing one for one board member and something different for another board member. That's where I feel like we get into
I
some,
think that's where
people
trust
get-
comes in, right?
but that is not
So-
what our board has.
So,
So
There's
like,
our trust here.
that's why I'm saying we need to have it
So we
clear,
have some
or it
trust
looks like we play
challenges. Is
favorites.
that what we're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Joe. I can feel it. I know it's in the room.
Okay.
I'm just,
I just have a
need you guys
question.
to admit some things. Yeah.
Maybe it's an illusion in my head, but I thought the first few months, maybe I'm wrong, maybe it's a different board, that we had like a 5 to 10 minute break. Then it was like, now we don't have one. Maybe
where?
it was my, here, I thought we had like a,
In
five-
in the meeting?
Sometimes
You're
if
in a
we
meeting,
end
you're in a
closed
meeting.
session early, we get a break and
I don't mean it at the end. I mean, like, maybe I went to some other board. I mean, I thought for the first couple meetings that we were having like a break, maybe like.
We do it.
We would-
Closed session.
We would call, sometimes, I understand what you're saying, and I do think that's something that we need to look at, because like our current handbook is not the handbook of this current board. But it is something like, we do need bio breaks that are set in.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, we're just all leaving at different
That's
times
true.
that's
and.
what I think you were in the
Yeah.
bathroom, but that's why I said we call a recess. If someone uses the bathroom.
That's what I'm saying. I thought I remembered that in the
That we
first
have it
couple
written
months
in.
that we were having a
Yeah.
recess.
Yeah,
and
it
then
needs
we
to be
weren't.
written in.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe I mistaken.
So
No.
you guys have identified, so it's obvious that you need to really have a whole, because this is not the session we're going to repeat. To make the handbook this team's in. Because there are some things that we've already mentioned that should be in there that isn't, so there's clarity. Grace period, grace is 10 minutes. You come in 11 minutes, don't feel a certain way, because we said grace is 10 minutes. So, but you'll know that like, oh, 11 minutes late, but I understand they had to start. So you're not treating anybody, but state what you feel is that. But again, you want to be respectful of people who came in on time, respectful of staff who's here on time. So it should be exceptions to the rule. That's not the norm. Everyone wants to try to be here. Really, on time is 10 minutes early. That's on time. So that you drop your stuff, go to the restroom, go get some, whatever. So hot, but I know it's traffic, it's all of that stuff, but that's in everywhere you go. But what do we need to do to adjust in our schedule if we can? Some things, it's like last minute, I got to drop kids off one time. That's life. But how can this board say, well, we're all going to work on individually? Because if we do it individually, how impactful it will be collectively. And we're going to try to get here 5 minutes before.
And starting a meeting without the whoever the president is, like, do we give that same grace period? Like, is that different? Can we just start the
And
meeting?
president of the board, remember, no.
Yeah.
That's why vice
But-
president is in
Well,
place.
that's why I'm
We've-
saying, like,
We've done it before.
Yeah.
We've started without the
but
president and
it's still a, do we wait or not, right? And that's what I mean, just having,
Great, let's do a 10-minute grace period.
so you want us to wait if you're not here to open a meeting?
10-minute grace period, yeah.
Well, I think this is where we need to
For everybody.
make
not
sure
even just
everyone
me,
agrees with
not
that.
me.
Yeah.
And make sure you just jot down what your desires are, a 10-minute grace period, because again, you have to have a whole session on that handbook. But we can definitely say the 10-minute grace period, well, and that goes to the board president.
Is that like everyone's comfortable, 10 minutes, and then we move, you're moving on with board business?
Yeah.
I'm comfortable with it.
Yeah, for any
I'm
votes, right?
fine with it.
Would have been the same situation with closed session.
Yeah. Sarah, does that?
And I just want to know that I did let Jenna know that I was running late and I had.
And
to-
it's not just you, we've all done it,
Yeah.
right? It just happened. These were the two that are in my mind recently where we had a weird thing because we don't have something already in place.
And just so that you guys know, Jenna, I know is the gatekeeper for you guys, but board members are to let the board president know. That's nice if you want to CC Jenna or whatever, but you guys' responsibility goes to the board president. That's pulling Jenna and she's not responsible for that and have to explain why, nope. Your responsibility is to let your board president know if you're running. Quick text, however you guys decide to do it. Don't call it superintendent. You are responsible for letting your board president. That's professional courtesy. And he is that whoever's sitting in that seat is the leader of the team. You guys elected that person to do.
That's an
So
easy-
just remember things like that, so that you're not putting it on anyone else. Okay, are you good? I want to record, are you okay? Are you getting there? Do I need more space to say anything? Are you okay?
I'm fine.
And when you're not, it's okay, this is our space. I know it's being recorded, that's fine, but this is our space to talk to each other. I want you guys to talk to each other, not at each other, okay? What do you guys expect of a board president? It's Peter right now, but don't say, oh. What do you expect of a board president, just in case all of you guys?
I'll start because I've been board president and I know I'm guilty of everything I'm about to say. So
Okay.
I'll
What do you
start there
expect?
because I don't want it to be that it's just about Peter.
Mhm.
Anytime they build unity and consensus for the board, they master the rules of order. They have to hold the order, so they better know what it is and abide by it. Keeps a calm demeanor at all times while presiding over the meetings. The board can trust the president to represent the board while in public because they're often speaking in media on behalf of the board. So we have to trust that they're, representing us. Holds board members accountable when they fail to meet our agreements. So including all the things that we, in the governance handbook, the rules of order, the Brown Act, et cetera. And I think that if our board president isn't doing that, it's up to each board member to bring it to the board president's attention.
Remember, we talked about the feedback, that one slide, feedback to the board president, that's the time. Just saying, kind of let our meeting go a little loosey-goosey last night, or you didn't get that gavel as many times as you possibly should. Give, rule of order, that's the board, the president's responsibility. What else do you expect of your board president?
I'll go. I had 4 things. I have full transparency with us, which I think he does, and keeping us abreast of things, and efficiently run meetings, and someone who prioritizes board business. So,
You said, John, what do you expect of a board president?
Well, I'm taking one of the points that Ken just said. I like that he's running the meeting more efficient. The one thing that I was confused in the beginning was, I thought we were gonna have discussion, realize, so whatever was going on. And so I don't, well, maybe other people do, but I don't think we have very much communication as far as what we're gonna address that meeting. It could be, like, for example, just gonna use some surplus property, whatever it is, so that when we come in here, because I don't think we've talked to each other, or maybe we have, but I haven't been included in the conversation. So I'm like missing stuff, and now I'm through some mentorship, I'm starting to, everything's starting to fall in place. So I think we need more communication. It's like, most of us have had at least breakfast up together, and we need to maybe meet once or twice a month or something. It doesn't gotta be in person, it could be on the phone. And that's kind of what I feel, that we're just starting now to get a hold of it. And I think most people know this, because at this one, I don't want to get into the deep, but at one point, I basically told people I'm kind of like a very passionate person. So if you get me upset, I'm upset for about 15-20 minutes. But after that, then I kind of realize, I said something stupid. I put my foot in my mouth, and then I'm a different person. And like, let's come back to that later. So no matter what we talk about, we have to be cordial with each other. And though I may not agree with you, I respect your opinion. And then at that same point, respect my opinion. So basically people will see when there's something that I don't want to vote against, but I don't want to vote at that moment. So I just abstain. So I don't try to get me to agree with you, because I'm trying to be polite, and I'm not trying to disagree. I just don't want to be involved in that vote. Otherwise, I try to get along with everybody and try to move the board forward.
And so you said a lot in there, it's really good stuff. Just remembering that the board's responsibility is to vote, unless there's a conflict. Some board members will use abstaining too much. Not saying that
I
this
don't
is
do
true.
that.
And we want to make sure that your goal is to vote. Whether you agree, your vote is a yes or a no. That tells whether you're for it or against, or whatever the will is afterwards. We have to be careful, again, personalizing whatever the issue is. I just don't feel that that's the right thing to do. Well, based upon all the evidence that's been given to us, just like when you're on the jury, you have to make the best decision on everything that's put on the table, regardless of how you feel about something away. Your job is to get all the information that has been put forth. I have to make a decision based upon this. I have to remove myself personally out of that, what my values are. This is where it is challenging for any individual. Your personal values may bump heads with what is required for you to do as a board member, because the law tells you have to do. So now I'm grappling with what I personally don't feel that's the right thing to do. That's where board members really is at struggle. And that's where you have to really be careful that I was elected to make decisions on the best interests of children based upon the law, based upon policies and practice, not based upon my personal belief system. It's easy for me to say this to you. It is a very difficult thing to do. Remember what role you said you could do. And that's how you have to keep that hat on when you're making decisions, especially if the law tells you you must do this, whether you personally feel it's good or not. The law says you have to. But if you like, I'm not going to vote, I'm not just voting. Sometimes abstention is a no. That's how they're going to take it. Public, they. That means you're against. So that can just start something else. So I just say, say, think about what your role is to move the district forward, you can say up or down. Vote unless there's a conflict, and then you make that know that there is truly a conflict and I can't. But my job is to vote on this. And it's tough, but that's what board members, that's what you have to do, that's what sign up for. Superintendent, what do you think? You're gonna say something? You are.
On the matter of abstention, years ago, the handbook once upon a time said that that board agreed that when they were going to use abstention, that they would give the rationale behind it.
You say that again, Jen?
Yeah, say that
I
again,
couldn't
you
hear.
heard loud, say that loud.
Many moons ago, the handbook once said by board agreement that when a member abstained, that they would give the rationale for abstention.
Do you have any recollection of why that was removed, why it's not there now?
During, it disappeared.
Interesting,
Mhm.
because it seems like a good thing
And I
to
think,
me.
I mean, for me, I think I want to understand why a board member is abstaining before they abstain, because if there's something that they are thinking, I want the board to have the chance to talk about it. If we can get to consensus, we should have the opportunity to do that.
And usually boards do give rationale.
Especially if there's like a legal.
Yeah,
Legal issue.
Because you have a right to vote whatever way.
Like if you have to recruit yourself, you have to tell them why.
Yes. And if you want to vote no, sometimes board members explain that when this is the discussion time. And then when your vote comes, it just depends. I try to. Do you feel you guys have a lot of discussion before?
Sometimes, sometimes it depends on the issue, doesn't it?
It depends on the issue, but if the issue is enough. or
Do you feel,
deliberation,
because
yes.
I'm just going back to Joe, do you feel that you guys have enough discussion on time?
No.
See, that's what I'm feeling, because, and also you mentioned, I'm wondering if maybe they talked about it after, no, I'm just gonna make it clear, all discussion is here at the board table. The supporting documentation, you are reading it, trying to understand it, clarifying questions. Superintendent, I don't understand this. And then the discussion happens, should only be happening at the board table, by law. Board members shouldn't be talking about the discussion of that, it's on the agenda, away from the board table. Now, if board members feel that that's happening, there's something there. If there's smoke, there's fire. So that's. what you
We're
have
allowed to
say.
talk to one other person. That's it. But we are allowed to talk to one.
But it's very strategic sometimes.
And how you talk, you're not talking to say, okay, like, well, sure, it's gonna be discussed, that's what I mean, the deep discussion that should happen. here.
Right.
That's not, and with the one-on-one could be, help me understand this, I don't really get about this budget or whatever. Because you have an expertise in it, help me understand. Again, the way you're still even having one-on-one, you have to be careful. So that it doesn't appear that when the two of you down, get up there, at least you got two. All you gotta do is get one more vote. And when we start counting the votes, that becomes. That's just creating a dysfunctional board, split board, if you will. So again, this is where you police yourself, know what your intentions are, and be honest about it, because someone's going to see what your intentions are. Sarah, were you trying to jump in? Say something.
Board president. I expect somebody who, when taking on the role, is committing to working on themselves and leading several different personalities, doing the work so that they can earn the trust of their board, of the board. Not assume that the position would immediately give them the trust of the board, the full board. And creating spaces so that every trustee feels heard. I feel like that's a responsibility of a president. I feel like the diverse experiences, a mother who had 2 children in the district, you know, an educator with her own story from childhood, you know, a student who had a different experience than my children had in the district, you know, not just military, but also a substitute teacher and a religious man, his view, a teacher for decades in music, who we all regard highly when it comes to our VAPA programming. It's seeing each individual, respecting their experience, honoring who they are and how they're a part of the team, and making space for that so that you can grow a unity of a governance team. That's
I'm sure everyone would think that one of the best things. But then I say each individual, what role do I play in it? Because in order for a team to be effective, you have to have these characteristics, you have to honor them. That's why I say everyone has a voice. When I say voice, it's not just I get to have a discussion. It's about letting me, I'm coming to the table, my voice, my authentic self. And I'm not asking you to be me, but I am a part of the team. And I have something to say. I'm contributing. And again, honoring the space for everybody. There's trauma, there's hurt, there's pain. What does this team need to do to go forward? Because regardless of the hurt and pain and all that, the business of the district does not stop because you feel a certain way. It doesn't. So how do we get this together? And it's just these 5. Superintendent's not in this, but it impacts. So this is something that you guys have to continue to work with each other. This is going to be the beginning of a new way of doing it. We've already talked about you can move in your, the technical stuff up the agenda and all that, but let's deal with stuff that's a little, it's touchy-feely, but it's uncomfortable for some, but it's so important. So these are the things that they don't tell you about when you run for the board. You are put into a group that perhaps I don't know if you guys knew each other, would you have been best friends, would you have gone on vacation together? Usually it's no, but now I have to find a way of working with these individuals on the good of the district. So it's hard work to do that. Not saying it's easy. But did everyone talk about the board president? Did you want to say what's expected of them?
Yeah. I'll say one last
One
thing.
thing, and then you tell us what you expect.
I will say one last thing about Peter. I think Peter's doing a good job. And the one thing I like is that he does at the end let us get a voice and give our opinion. He doesn't exclude anybody. That's one thing I appreciate.
What do you expect, Peter?
I have leads our team and guides us effectively and efficiently. Brings together the board and unites us after a decision is made. I think transparency is really important. Let know how you operate, why you operate. Spokesperson, which I want to know you got that one on there. Speak on behalf of the board, but not necessarily convoluted with what you believe, what the board believes, and separating what you believe with the board. I think being fair. I think fair is like the most important one. I think the judge. That's when I really always want to emphasize the picture that everybody feels like. If I see anybody uneasy about an issue, I'll ask, do you have something else to say about this? I want us to be in a good space before it follows.
And don't fold that up to throw away, because you know I'm going. I think you folding that up. So we're gonna break lunch, but I do want to just tell me 1 or 2 things, if you don't have a lot on your, what do you expect of a superintendent? What are your expectations? Don't you? Remember, I'm gonna tell you something, but I want you to listen to them. Don't jot this. What do you, go ahead, Sarah, I'm gonna go around the table. What do you expect of a superintendent?
I expect vision, respect. And then I started writing team, and I don't remember what else I was saying because I think I had stopped at that point. But yeah, vision and respect.
Say you.
Yeah, I'm adding that vision piece, and then that's good. Communicate with us on matters that are appropriate. I don't expect to know every little thing, but we've talked about that already. Steer the district toward goals in the strategic plan, although there's an asterisk because I don't want the current strategic, we need a new one. So the ones there now, I don't really think those goals are still what we should be having as goals. protect your time and your staff's time from what the board wants, because that's something I worry about a lot.
You heard that, protect.
Mhm.
His time and his staff's time from what the board
We
is
all need to
asking.
protect.
Peter, what's that?
Strategic initiative and plan, I think is there. I think finding the right personnel, you can find employees
Yeah.
here. Before you're gonna find. the right one. And good operational mind, make sure that systems are working effectively. Leadership, of course, you need someone to look to, there's a problem, who's gonna come solve it. Let's see, transparency, and I had a vision from Sarah. I do, because vision is important, because the reason why I wrote that down is because so much of this stuff is like what you're doing now. At the end of the day, you need somebody who goes, we're here, we're gonna get over here, and that's how we're gonna get over there. And I think we need somebody who's constantly moving us in that direction, because so many things like are gonna pull us in all these different places. That's just the nature of this game. And as long as it's pushing us in the right direction and moving us along, I mean, that's all.
And the vision is you, does anybody, you guys watch hockey?
Yeah.
What?
What's hockey? What's the hockey player? Guess. Right.
Gretzky.
Wayne Gretzky?
Yeah, what he says, he shoots the puck to where the player should be. That's the
right.
vision.
That's
I like football, so the quarterback.
Mhm.
I see you over there.
right. Time
That's the vision. That's what you're saying. You expect that he needs to see something. We are where we are, but we're going this way. And what do we need to do to get everyone to get on their next?
Mhm.
Get that one. Joe, what say you?
Well, most of it's already been said. What I haven't heard, I believe, is he's gonna be good, or he's good as a leader. He brings experience, but I think he'll be a good communicator, engaging the community.
Yes.
And I believe that Dr. Raymond, I'd rather call him Dr. Raymond than Jason, because I have a lot of respect for him. And so I believe that he has the ability to communicate with a good portion of our constituents, which are Latino. And I think that as he goes into the community, I could see him addressing different faith groups and just sharing. And the one thing I would probably begin with is this thing you had about the listening session. I would suggest that maybe before we implement it, maybe do one or two at some community center, or maybe the one of the
Going into the
schools.
community.
So that he would come and he would tell them what we're gonna do, because I think one of the problems, because it is with me, that people don't know what's going on here. And as you said, when I started, I wasn't sure of my role. And so I think a lot of people come and they think, and I'm gonna use one example. There's one young lady, I think Sarah knows her, that she has been instructive in creating this tutor program. So she thinks that she
Elena
comes
Lepe.
here and
Elena
tells
Lepe.
us this, that we're gonna implement it. So in my opinion, no one has got with her and said, listen, we think if you do this, that will help you get this started.
Mhm.
But she thinks, in my opinion, that if she comes and tells us that we're gonna start, or we're gonna fund it, and so really she needs help with somebody, like, cause she's got a good initiative so that it can go. And so I believe, not only her, that a lot of people in the community think that if they come and they tell us this, that we're gonna implement it. And that's because they don't know. A lot of us don't know. Now I'm beginning to learn. And so most of the communities know, if you want to get to, let's say, to letter R and you're at letter B right now, you have to go through these steps to do this. And so if you come to this informational meeting, we'll show you how to get to point A or B, whatever it is, right? And I think that's what's missing. And so we're assuming that they know what we know. And that's what happens too, because some of you guys have been together for years and you forget that I wasn't there at the beginning. A good example, I taught for 3 years in middle school and I started in October. So they didn't tell me stuff. The kids would say, Mr. Ramos, we're gonna, and I didn't trust them. If I learned to trust the kids, they'd say this and that would happen. I'd say, how do you know? Because they told us before. But they didn't tell me, because I started in October, and a lot of stuff, I only knew it because the kids would tell me.
good thoughts there, what you could do, I love it, going into the community, finding different ways to connect. As your community is very active and want hands-on, just find unique ways to engage. Yeah, what do you say, superintendent? Then we're gonna hear what the superintendent expects of you. Go ahead.
I have, and by the way, I think, you, I mean, I know the time here has been short so far, but I feel like you're doing. This. So it's things I have are, transparency and complete openness with us. And I have also the visionary piece, and visionary, and then being fearless and fierce about that vision.
I like
Um,
that.
And
Fearless.
and I have down listening to his board as a whole and as individuals. And I appreciate the fact that you have met with me. I don't know about our other folks, but I feel like I've gotten to know you through that. And I value that. And finally, I really want someone with integrity, someone that we know when he says something, we can take that to the bank. It's true.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep, yep.
Absolutely.
Yep.
If you don't have that, you know. Superintendent,
You guys know.
what do you expect of your board?
Did he do his homework? Cause he only had one square above. it.
That's what she kind of.
And I only had two buttons. So you guys have much better lists than me. So I had two. My first one was to provide a unified vision and direction for the district that is centered on the upliftment, success, and well-being of students. In both things, providing that vision, but also it being centered on kids. And the second one is to utilize me and through me, the staff, to respond to the needs, questions, and concerns of our educational partners. And that's it for me.
That's on board. Can you take on those two tasks of many things, but he's been very specific that he needs from you.
If you'll write it down for us, yes.
Yes. So I'm
might
gonna
need to
select your
remind
favorite.
Utilize me to respond to the needs, questions, and concerns. of the
Yeah, just-
educational
Will we get them back?
Yes.
Okay,
Don't say, no name. I didn't put it in.
I would, because I wrote a note at the top.
Oh.
Take a photo.
I don't be the one
We'll
with
take
no
a
name.
photo of
Are we getting it back in like 6 months?
it. Like, no, and no, so you know, I do stop, I will be watching, board meetings and taking notes.
I'll say I always welcome feedback, Deborah, so you can tell me
And
if I'm not
you
doing
know,
something.
you know, when I have my one-on-ones with you, you guys have access to for coaching, because my job is to make sure that you're an effective team, and I do that individually. So that when you come together, it's like, yeah, we got it, so. I'd rather talk you off the ledge before you jump off the ledge, cause
That's
harm. So we're gonna break for lunch, the guest lunch is in there, you can stay there or either come back here. I wanted us to come back to the table at 12:30, but you can continue to chew and we'll chat. I just want to finish though, looking at just a few of those, the data that we gotta look at, there's a few of them I have to let you see. But we can chat and chew, so at least you have your 20 minutes, then come back to the table at 12:30, yes.
What time are we leaving tonight?
Jenna, what time are we leaving? 'Cause it's-
hard stop at 4 o'clock.
Yes.
Okay,
That's
thank you.
always.
In my mind, I had 3:30, and then we'll do some last thing, 10:15, so 3:45.
I live close by, so don't take anything. I'm gonna leave for a little bit. I need to walk my dog.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a
take your
long
lunch.
day.
It's
I was gonna
Okay, we're just going to continue, just highlight some of the assessment results. Just want you to visually see these. So of course, whenever it's multicolorful, that means you're not really all on the same page, but not that you can't get there, right? So read relative information. You would think absolutely we read, but no, that doesn't happen. We know life gets in its way and sometimes you just don't have time to read all your material, but we know it's important to be prepared. This is what I say to board members. If things are happening and you just don't have time to read all of your material, be the most quiet board member at that board meeting. Because when you're asking a lot of questions, it is going to be up to the board president to nicely say, April, we hear you. That was an important thing. Now everybody knows you didn't read. And we don't want that to happen. But we know life happens and we just don't get a chance to read everything. That's when you rely on your colleagues. They're going to ask the questions that I probably would have. So I always just like to joke with board members about that because it does happen. And don't just beat yourself over the head with it because you have life outside of here. But I would listen more than ask a lot of questions that are already covered.
I love when I came forward about my disability, and like needing more time to get through the packets, because I am dyslexic and it was just a challenge. I love that like now we have a draft on Wednesday instead of having it like the full thing out on Friday.
Mhm.
So if like materials are ready, they're in the draft on Wednesday. So I can start going through the materials and then like finish up on Friday and everything. And so I really appreciate that.
And if everyone would have taken the communication style survey.
I took mine.
I know you two did. I'm just sorry.
The rest of the board didn't.
Are you
I
serious?
did. I did.
What?
Did you tell me? No, I'm not talking about this. The 3-minute communication style.
I took it twice.
Did you tell me what your style is?
No.
I did.
The instructions.
I went to the first
stated,
one,
Send it to
so
Cobra.
Basically,
Didn't say it.
every guy messed up.
You messed up. You said I did, but you didn't tell me.
oh,
We all did the same.
You two did exactly. I said only send it to me.
Oh, I don't care.
whatever.
I think all 4 of us made this.
They need us.
Clearly.
So anyway, so if you know what your style is, write it on this piece of paper, the one word, and just give it to me.
I remember the second.
Is that one word that was, were you an analyzer, a doer, a supporter, something like that? Yeah.
But I don't.
So look at this, understand and comply with the requirements of open. Excellent, good, satisfactory, don't know. This is a don't know. So especially when it comes to closed session, here's the rule. Anything that's if you look up the word confidential, it has one meaning. And visually, I'm just gonna do this. This is what it means. You don't talk about it. Whenever I ask a board about confidentiality, there is no reason why everybody shouldn't understand that. This is where we start getting into the ideas of thinking, well, I could probably share this information. No, the number one, you're breaking the law. How about that? There's protocol and your policy. You just don't do that because whatever you're talking about behind closed doors is impacting someone's livelihood, students, staff, and you don't want to be the one to get that out. There have been instances where boards had to have policy or not policy protocols in place where as you're walking in the room, all devices are left because some were actually live streaming.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. that's-
Remember, I've seen it all. There's nothing that surprises me. Or before you get out of there, the community already knows what you talked about. But these are board members that don't laugh. They end up getting, but it happened, but the damage is already done. That's the bad thing.
Yeah.
And so that's where the only way they could monitor that or control it is that no one could take a device into a closed meeting, which is, we're adults here. It's supposed to be. So I just want to go to the call because you're going to get this. Your board superintendent relations. Don't know. Do you respect the daily executive responsibility of your superintendent? This doesn't have to mean, this has nothing to do with that your superintendent is newer. It's about the position of a superintendent. you should respect the daily executive responsibilities of a superintendent. And the superintendent also respect the governance responsibilities. So you guys are kind of colorful on this one. You work with the superintendent in the spirit of mutual respect. And we had one excellent, pretty good, and then satisfactory. So you're working at this because it should be in the spirit of mutual respect. You hire this person. So if your superintendent fails, unless he goes way out in left field and does something really extremely going against what you want, it's a reflection of the board. That's what it looks like. I've known board teams where within 4 years, they had 3 superintendents. So I finally said, it's you and I can't help you anymore. You need something else, a higher power or something, therapy, pretty much. And I said, no, because after 3 years, so it doesn't matter how educated the board is. This was probably one of the most educated on paper. Board of 7, 5 PhDs, 2 MDs. One of the most dysfunctional board I've worked. Number one, you couldn't tell anyone anything.
I'll say a lot of people
Everybody
from my room.
moved.
All over the place. They ran 3 superintendents away in 4 years.
That's what I honestly appreciate about this board.
Yeah.
Is we all check our egos.
Check your egos.
when we walk through
Yep.
the door. I can remember a time, there's nobody who hears what's that. Really, hears.
And this district has never held a superintendent for any great duration of time.
We're gonna change that. Allow for citizen input through public hearings. Pretty excellent, good, and satisfactory. Your advisory, you have committee, so if the community's not being heard, I don't know what else, or, you have avenues, I say, for. You have procedures for public comment at board meetings that are consistently used. So you're very colorful here, whether there's still excellent, 2 people, well, 2 people said excellent, good, satisfactory, needs improvement. But if your process is working, there's always room for tweaking if it's needed. If not, you just continue on until the community tells you this isn't working for us anymore. And you already thought about the listening session. High visibility, you guys are great in here. I wanted to show you this. You need visibility in the community. And that's excellent because not all boards do. Do you refrain from speaking on issues for which the board has no official position? Satisfactory. This should be good and excellent because you don't speak about it. No matter where you are on the issue, but until this board collectively has made a decision, you refrain from speaking. That's if the media comes to you or if your neighbor asks you what's going on. Because it's collective, it's the will of the board. Okay? So that's the one I wanted to just share with you. And I said, see you tomorrow, but I'm not going to, that was from last night. So we just wanted, and again, you're going to get this PowerPoint, but I really wanted to just share with you, what you guys have, what you put in the assessment is so important. So what I want to do is get to, going to be focusing on, your protocols. Just brief. I've been weaving in about I keep mentioning about your handbook that you guys have been very clear that it's not this collective board. So you will have to set aside some time to go through all of it. But I know when I watched your one process, and do you remember that your handbook has a one piece that is all red? Remember that? Like this.
I think that's because those were edits and maybe it never got brought back for a second vote to get those approved.
Right, so thinking of process, after you guys went through all of that, why was there never a vote on this?
I think because we were in the midst of having one board member be taken, he had gone for 2 boards, if I'm recalling correctly.
Okay, the time frame.
I think we had just gotten Sarah and Peter, and a third board member had gone for 2 seats, so was removed. So we went through the handbook, and then we knew we were going to appoint. And I think it just all kind of got lost because we then had a third board member and, like, I don't know, Jen, is that right?
That was one of the times that we worked through the handbook. The one in January, I think, had more to do with that we had an interim superintendent. We were transitioning to, we were in the throes of the hiring process, recruitment hiring process.
We just did.
It was January was Sapita Yao that
Yeah. Sarita.
it was,
And
and
what year you talking?
This year.
you were in it this year.
That was this year?
That was
Yeah.
this year.
I watched that meeting.
So it was January 25th of
Mhm.
23.
And if I am being honest, I was not in a place of even believing we were in a place to work on our handbook when we couldn't even speak. Or be in a room together.
I'm looking and I'm watching this.
Yeah.
I picked that up. I picked up what Joe said about, I didn't know I was, like, oh, I'm just, in my word. I was supposed to have read this and understand this, and now I have to make a decision,
Mhm.
which is, that's a legitimate concern. So
Wait,
all of this.
That was
thing-
this January?
that's
Yeah.
January
So
25th.
Joe was here for that
He was.
I wasn't here.
conversation.
Right, but he had just been given,
He had
not
just
given
got
for that night, he was a
elected.
newer board.
Right, but I'm saying, we keep saying that this board, but then that suggests this board did review it together, whether we, because I hear what you're
Whether you
saying.
agree.
But my point is, this board did at least have a conversation about it, all 5 of us, because I've been under the impression that we're saying Joe hasn't been part of the conversation, but I think it's important to just note that all 5 of us did at one point review it.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
So the key thing is, once the board comes together and go through that process, some action has to be taken. If not, you really don't have a handbook, other than this is dated in 2021. That's what you're under. So this is, I feel that it's a process, whether you needed to table it, because eventually it needs to be on the agenda so that it is adopted in the public. When you're not ready for that, you are still under this, just like your strategic plan in 2022. You're still bound by that right now, because you have to have a game plan on what you're doing until you create a new one. Now is the best time with this team and your superintendent. This also is going to get all these things we're talking about, getting community involved. The best time is when you do a new strategic plan. You have these community groups. Now people can feel like they're a part of the new team now. So when you decide, whatever that is, when you have to give your superintendent a chance to get his sea legs together. And it may be, beginning of next year, because it's a good 9-month process. It could be very thorough. If you think about gestation period, you have to go through those 9 months, you have the cramps, you have the pains, sorry, man, sorry.
No,
I'm understanding that you have loved ones, but you have to go through all of this, and then you have the plan. And then now it's implemented. Now that's where the board has decided, this is what it's going to look like. Superintendent shared, this is what you're giving me the direction to do. This is how me and my staff now. Superintendent will have that strategic plan, and they have just saying, if it was an Excel spreadsheet across that whole wall, who's doing what, who's on first base, that's what it looks like in his area. What budget is attached to this? Do we have money to do this? Well, we don't have money to do this in year 1, so we're gonna push this to year 2 of 5 years. And that's what you will be getting updates on, but all of this, that's another process that you have to go through, and it's another heavy lift. This is when you have to, I'm glad you're willing to look at your agenda to see how maybe simplify some things, don't overwhelm you with having 5 or 6 hours, because when you do go into the strategic plan is an administrative driven process. A lot of the work is done administrative, but the boards, you can go to the meetings to hear, but the board has to approve it, so you have to know something about it. But strategic plans are developed by the people who are in the boots on the ground, which is the superintendent and staff, definitely with board input. I mean, you can say, that's not, but you already determine what's the vision, what direction we want to go to. The superintendent takes that and say, okay, whoever's doing your strategic plan, this is what we're doing, this is what the board has identified. That's what it looks like. So how many of you have gone through a strategic plan process? I think April, you're all of.
But I
Okay,
haven't gone as a trustee, I've
No,
gone
as
as
a
No, I
a.
mean, as a board member.
Oh,
Only two people.
It's a lot of work, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's important, but once you get through it, that's why it's a 3 to 5 year, you don't have to do it. But when you do, the board monitors, because then that's where your work comes in. How are you monitoring? All those things that you said you want to get done, and monitoring means, when are we gonna get a presentation on this?
mhm.
Do we have the funding to get the, do we have a problem? Do we have capacity to do this? Because things will change. That's how the board has to start thinking. But getting that blueprint is going to help your superintendent be successful. Because right now, he's gonna do what the superintendent knows what to do. And right now, the strategic focus that you have is what he's got to, I'm assuming that you have to use it. In all fairness, even I think I heard you say, well, I don't like that. That's not what we want.
The strategic plan we have now.
But today, we're gonna act like we like
Consider. Class,
it.
if we already did this. It was a 3-year strategic plan. Did we ever, at the end of 3 years, do a
No, because
recap
of COVID,
and say,
everything got paused.
Mhm.
So-
COVID and then
we don't know if that plan was successful or not?
Right. And where is it? Can somebody find it?
It's up on the walls.
Well, it's not thrown away. Because some things you've already done, you don't have to throw everything away. But you have a new leader. And his input is going to be extremely important. When you interviewed him, you had to have been attracted by what he said he's going to do with his team here. So you have to allow him to do it, because in this seat, he is the only education expert. In this setup with the governing team, he's the only education expert. But he's going to navigate through this based upon what the team is saying.
I'm sorry, it just raises questions in my mind. So say we find that we did not get certain things accomplished in that initial 3-year strategic plan. Does that then get folded into the new strategic? How does that work?
I think it depends. It depends on what
Or
those
do we
items.
just throw it out and say,
Don't throw it out.
that was then.
Nope.
Mhm.
Go ahead and then.
I was gonna say that, well, we would have to vote on the identity of the board, change it at the time. To be a member on the board, and if that's not the most important, that would be our strategy. It's all it is, yeah. It's up to us.
To determine. Go ahead, superintendent.
No, I was just gonna say exactly.
But then we should look at it at some time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like have an assessment of like the original strategic plan and then
Yes.
take into account. It's not that everything stopped during COVID, but we had to pivot and adapt and then also move our district through a pandemic. And we actually ended up adopting so many more things
Thanks, yeah.
from that. And so like reassessing the whole picture and then going forward as, you know, a governance team with what is like the strategic plan 2.0 or whatever.
And it's lessons learned. There are some things that if every district, I hope you've learned something through that 2-year gap of having to pivot to things different. The district should have learned something that, number one, maybe we were educating all of our children. I think that veil was just snatched off. Everybody can see that. And we need to do things different because our children learning styles are different. What about those children who really excel remotely? But then you put them back in the classroom. And now I'm very introverted, I don't know how to, but they are excelling, and there are some kids who fall in there, but you do. How do you know how many kids? Those are the type of things when you're, like you say, kid, this document, that comes, and that's a part of your discussion. When you wanna say, what can we salvage from this? What can we salvage from that, the before focus, and then adding what the superintendent's vision is? How do we mesh that to say this is the direction? Your strategic plan, it's not that just because you have a new superintendent or a new board member that you change direction. If that is happening, we find that probably happening in our country today, depending on who's in the seat, we're gonna go this direction. A lot of input is put into strategic, that's why it's called strategic plan. a lot of thought, and you should not depend on who's sitting in this seat. If this is the direction, the best direction to educate children, that's been very thoughtful and done. It's a matter of tweak. Even once you get your 3 to 5, you will be tweaking it because things change. Circumstances change. We're by law have to do things, you tweak it, but to have a total disbandment of something that's in place, and I question, what have you accomplished in 5 years? How dare the board not have held anyone accountable for not doing this work? Because that's what it falls down with. You have a strategic plan. Yes, I know in California you have the LCAP, you're going to meet those, but the strategic plan is the guidance that the teachers can look at it, the principals, they can refer to it, they're going to expect that the board is gonna hold us accountable because the superintendent's gonna say, I'm being held accountable for this, so I have to show evidence. That's that team working together, but it's a whole nother job to put another strategic plan, but it's important to do. So that is going to be the next thing, a heavy lift for you to put together, start putting it in place. What do you need to do? Finding that document you're talking about, if others don't know what that document Ken is talking about.
I think to answer your technical question, as I feel like I'm trying to understand, so the strategic plan was adopted June 19th of 2019. And a progress report or update was being built in November of 2019 with the intention of putting it up on a colored dashboard, much like how you'll see CASP or LCAP. And so that was the intention. So the most current progress report you would have had, if it actually made its way to the board, would have been in November of 2019. We do have that record. If what you're saying is, are we going to revisit kind of where we left off? You're talking about less than a 6-month period of where we left off in the plan. So I don't know that the plan ever had liftoff.
So maybe we just need to look at it, retitle it, revamp it. And that's it.
So this
I
is
don't
your
know.
strategic plan?
Yeah.
This is it, these are the 4 areas of focus, right? 4 areas of focus that you have now, it says 2019 to 2022. We know this is 2023, so you're still, you got to fill in the gap. But right now, deeper learning, relationship-centered schools, service excellence, operational sustainability. Right? That's work. That's what staff is doing, because there's bullet points on what it looks like. But the key thing and what we're going to go over, we're going to do the top 3. What does the board expect? Because if that's not clear, we can talk about deep learning, the superintendent can tell us that, they train for culturally responsive teaching, pilot 2 deeper learning experiences in the class per year. What does that look like?
But this is where I'm saying, like, our previous superintendent cared about deeper learning. That was his deal. He brought it. Like, I'm not sure that that's what we're doing anymore. And like, I'm alarmed that we don't have the word equity in there. And like, so this is for me, I'm ready to just be like, start over. Like, this doesn't reflect what Sarah said. We've implemented so many things over the course of the last few years that have hopefully completely taken us in a different focal area. So to me, this is not a living document, honestly. It died a long time ago.
But deeper learning is essential in public education. Sometimes it could be called something else. So if I would say, Sarah, you and a teammate would talk about this specific one, how would you change? Because you have to focus on deeper learning, but the way it's entitled may not be what you're looking for.
Right.
That's what you're gonna have an opportunity to do today, because you do want to train culturally responsive teaching. You do want that, but it may be worded differently because of the atmosphere now. This will be an opportunity. It won't even be called deeper learning, but it contains this stuff, because in education, that's what you focus on, deeper learning. And so I know you react. I'm not intentionally making you react, but I know if I say this, I know what April's gonna do, which is okay. Because this is for you guys. That's why you're going to make it very clear. So when you're having conversations with the superintendent, and what if he's having a one-on-one with you and he's like, okay, April, we're gonna talk about this deeper. And already you're like, oh my gosh, I'm having a flashback. That is not what we, right there. It's like, and he's like, oh my gosh, this is what I. So today we're going to just have an opportunity, we're filling the gap between now and when it's going to have a strategic.
Can I throw something out there just while we're talking about the strategic plan? One strength of those 4 pillars is something that Peter and I talked about, which is organizational alignment. Because those 4 pillars do align nicely with our 4 departments and divisions, right? There's an academic, social, emotional, there's HR, and there's also.
Not this, this is,
No, this
or
is-
right,
this
this
is-
one, but I thought you
right
were
here.
getting a line.
So in terms of
Department.
being able to
Department.
say,
Yeah.
this is what we need to do, and then have, what I'd like to do if this matches what the board is interested in, is making sure that when we have the strategic plan, and that trickles down into my goals, and then my goals trickle down into the executive cabinet, then permeates through their divisions. And then when we're even talking to site principals at a certain point, it would be good if they're looking at those components as well, and they can also look up and say, well, for these different areas, this is where I get support with those. So I agree with you that we could change all of the content, but if we can have it structured in that way, it really would be helpful for us to be able to.
It allows us to identify the indicators a lot easier, right? What are we looking for?
What are you looking for? Absolutely.
Measuring and evaluating, you know exactly what to look for for this specific.
So we are talking about revamping.
Yeah.
Getting,
Yes, this is gonna be your opportunity collectively, because you're filling the gap until you actually have a full-blown strategic plan. But at least the board will have already started some legwork, and it can be easily folded in. Sometimes boards don't get an opportunity to have this time to start rethinking, not throwing everything out, but just saying, based upon where we are, you guys have been together long enough now, and you know what's going on. If just that topic again, deeper learning, when I look at the bullet points, how would I revamp this? Because we're in the business of educating children. That's what we're going to do shortly. Go ahead, Joe.
Since we're discussing this, I don't remember reading that. Is it possible that we get a copy of this today? Like right now?
It's on the
Yeah,
website.
I
too.
can get you another, and it was in the binder.
It's in the loop every time.
Yeah,
I
it's,
just don't
it's
think he knew where
every
to
week.
find it.
Can we just?
You know what I can do? And so Sandy, I'll send you a copy as well. Or actually.
And I'm actually going, I believe I have it in a PowerPoint to let you guys see it, but it might be helpful, Jenna, if they had just this one copy in front of them when they go into their group. So as we get prepared to do that, I don't know if you've seen this, this article about the water system change. It's about changing the systems that are in place. One of the most difficult things to do. And when I show you the next slide, you will see that the inverted triangle is changing the mindset. That's the most difficult thing to do, but it is resting on everything else being done. But first, Sarah, read this quote here.
A fish is swimming along one day when another fish comes up and says, "Hey, how's the water?" The first fish stares back blankly at the second fish and then says, "What's water?"
About that. What are you guys swimming? Do you even know what you're swimming? Do you know that you're wet? Think about the fish like, what's water? I've been backstroking in this forever. I don't even realize that I'm swimming in water. What have you been swimming in that you've just got used to? That's just been doing here, but it's not serving everyone well. That's what the statement is saying. We're so used to it. Some individuals don't want to change because this is how we've always done it. Or I'm very comfortable doing it this way. Visually, think about when everyone's had a little fish. When that little goldfish jumps out of the water, what immediately starts happening?
Trying to swim.
Tries to breathe.
Gasping for
Gasping,
air.
yeah.
That's what sometimes the Board of Education needs to jump outside the water so that you can see clearly what you've been swimming. But eventually, yeah, you better jump back in, you're gonna die. But just getting out, but we can get so used to what we've always done, and I don't want to hear my colleague make a suggestion on something different because I'm used to swimming in these waters. And it's starting to feel, so you need to feel uncomfortable, jump out that water so that I can see and hear clearly what my colleagues are saying. I'm uncomfortable, but sometimes you have to be uncomfortable for change to happen. So I always like to share this, you kind of just think about, we have been doing things the Hayward way for how long? And have we really served all our children well? And same with superintendent and his staff. We're so used to doing it this way. This program, everybody, our neighboring districts has this program, so we want to purchase it for $500,000. Where's the evidence that it's going to be productive here? Providing the outcome that we want here. But we're just doing it because everybody else. We go to the same conferences all the time because everybody.
I came up last night and I did review. And it's something that always comes up. Why did you necessarily?
Why do it? Yeah.
I
So
love, I love asking that question. because
yeah,
I think there was there was a point where the most senior person in the board was 4 years on this board. Is that, right? And so I think.
2 years.
Yeah, two.
2 years.
Once Reynosa
2 years.
was off, it
Right.
was Ken and me, we were only 2
Yeah,
years.
years
two
in.
years. So I think there's like almost this, I think it's defined as imposter syndrome almost, or like just a point where there's a timidness because you don't wanna mess up what's been created, right? There's something here that's established by boards before. But then, as the longer you're here, you get empowered to go, wait, this is our meeting. We can change the rules. We can do these things. So I think I'm seeing a little bit of that. I'm feeling a little bit of that of, owning a little bit more of that
Owning it,
and
yeah.
making it more of ours, then we have that power to make that change.
And I think,
yeah, making your own handbook for this team.
Exactly.
Having your own strategic plan that this team has put their thumbprint of approval on it. And then you will say, no, this is what we expected to do. So we can make decisions because we created this team.
and I think like I came in, like I already knew Ken and April as trustees. In the district, and I came in with like someone who had entrusted my children and was made into an advocate because of this broken systems. And so I came in like pretty much ready, like, we gotta throw it all out. This is not working at all. This is absolutely not working because we are not serving the child, the whole child. And we are allowing damage to happen, and it's urgent. Like, this change needed to happen yesterday. So like, for me, the process, it's been very hard to like take a deep breath and to like step back, and then to understand like that like, yeah, the processes like are slower, but then also at the same time reminding of the urgency, of the child and stuff. So because I don't ever really think I was I came on timid. Like, even though you guys were the senior trustees or whatever, like they've been here longer, like I did come in like this.
Ready to work.
Yeah. And so I think like, at least in my own process, I've learned so much about, what the cabinet does, how the structure and everything. And then taking the master's in governance class, and then going to all the conferences and finding other conferences that aligned with like what I really wanted to see in our district. So like venturing out, finding other conferences and going there, finding other colleagues outside of our district and like all that. And it's been such an amazing like learning experience. But yeah, I came in like, okay, I've already been on the other side of the podium. I've already organized the community to show up and show you guys what we want. And so now that I'm in this seat, let's just go. And so that was a hard like learning process to find balance in that.
I think if I can also talk to that though, I think if you speak to is the individual. As a board, we have been kind of timid because I don't think everybody's had that kind of same attitude of like, we kind of jump into it, right? Like, I wanted to listen and hear first of how the board operates. Then from there, as I see the systems in place, that's where we can then start, pulling and pushing the levers.
I mean, I listened.
I'm not saying that you're not. I'm just saying, as a board though, we operate differently as say individuals, right? Like when we do things, right? You could even see it in the way seconds were being given at a previous meeting. I think people were like, oh, this is the part where I second this meeting, or this is the part where this happened, right? So there is that there is a learning piece as a board, not as an individual.
Because I feel like our board, like when we came in, our board was like one of the most progressive boards that the district had seen in a while. And we initiated a lot of like policies and movement in that first year or two. That was a little bit, I feel like it was different coming from the previous board. And then coming into 2020's board. And I think like I personally felt like it was a really visionary, forward moving like type of board, and that in the beginning there were spaces for everyone's voice at the table, you know. And I don't know if you guys felt that way too, but like in the very beginning, 2020, part of 2021, you know, it was really like this kind of euphoric feeling of like progress was about to happen. And like even through the crisis of COVID and distance learning and all of that stuff, there was this like feeling in the room.
Were you confident when you make decisions of when to bring back the kids?
Hmm?
I think that's where the timidness comes from. It's like,
No,
You know, I feel
I mean,
confident, like, this is
remember,
good.
I wanted
I guess that's what I'm saying, is like, when we make a decision, we're like, is this the right decision? I guess that's what I'm saying, right? And it's part of that as a governance team, it's like, is getting the confidence, like, I mean, just of us not realizing that we can take and change every part of this meeting to ours, it's our meeting. That's part of that too, is kind of growing into the role of the board.
So even making the decisions, like when we were in the pandemic.
Yeah, I remember after every meeting, I'm like, I really hope that was the right decision. I mean, I made decisions.
No
that's
one
what good.
came with that. The pandemic did not come with a blueprint.
That's right, that's right.
Tell you gotta think about the superintendents who were hired, they're COVID superintendents. They probably like, whoa, I just signed up for this, I came here to do this.
Yeah.
Now I'm putting out fires here and listening to the passionate pleas of the community about their precious jewels that they're sending. No one knew if it was the right decision, but at that point, you have to say, as a collective body, based upon what we have, people with the limited knowledge, this is the best decision that we can make. And sometimes we get it wrong. And when it is wrong and it's obvious, we admit to that. Say, how can we correct this? There.
I just wanted to chime in, but yeah, I remember the night Dr. Walker called me and every other board member and was like, should we close down schools March 2020? And I'm like, Dr. Walker, I have no idea, like whatever you think should be April. No, I have no idea. So I need you to tell me what you think because none of us know. And that was one of those where we were all just like, what is happening right now? And interested, like, how am I supposed to know the right answer? But I want to say, like, Ken and I came into a board where it was very long-standing members on the board for a long time. And we were, I think, a little timid because we certainly just thought we should get in there and kind of learn what they do. And like, we didn't challenge a lot of the order or agenda or anything. And so I think when we did have you two, and then especially when Gabe got on, it was like, you guys were asking questions and then it's like, well, yeah, what do we have to do it this way? So I think that is the gift of having a young board in that sense of experience, is that we were able to see. But yeah, I mean, I don't feel like I went into the board you and I entered feeling like I had any power.
Yeah.
You know, and didn't know how to use what power I did have.
You did have it. Go ahead. Do you want to ask?
Well, kind of. I also felt like, can I just say that in the pandemic, when the pandemic hit, we knew we had to do something, right? And so we struck out and we did stuff. I don't mean struck out like in baseball, I mean, we struck out, you know, and made strides to do something. And I felt like we did a lot of the right things. I did. I felt like, you know, yes, we have to shut down schools for a while. Yes, we need to get our kids vaccinated. Yes, I felt all of that. My frustration has been, as a board member, and to some degree still is to this day. Man, it just seems like I'm always stepping to the right or the left. But that's not your role as a board member. Oh, this is not the time. or this is not, you can't do this. And so it tends to have an effect on you of like, I shouldn't be doing this. I don't know what I'm doing.
Like,
I
I don't
shouldn't be
know
here.
which way, can I do this again?
Yeah.
So the key thing is, and this is what I'm trying to, lower that anxiety level for you guys, you are responsible for a lot. As a collective team, you just have to say, what's the best way to approach it? Really staying in the governing, because you don't want to abandon the top. When the board abandons the top, it's like a chicken running around with their head cut off. You have to stay there, but that doesn't mean, because remember, that clock had a dotted line. It wasn't a solid line. That dotted line means the board does come down. But the key thing is you gotta go back up. And remember, the superintendent teaches up to the Board of Education, because he is in the education landscape every day. So some things that you guys aren't aware of, that's teaches up to you, so that you know how, as a policymaker, respond to that. And so, yeah, when you first start, you don't know which one, like, well, what did I sign up for? I'm a true believer that candidates should be trained. I worked for a state association for 16 years, but our board members like, you're not gonna train somebody to run against me ever. I'm like, oh my God.
do
We have the city
information
council,
sessions.
we have the clerk of court, somebody do it, because you need to know what you're getting into.
Yeah,
Because if not, guess what? You have to handle the dysfunction of that, not knowing. And you can eventually get it right, but look again, in your mirror, how much damage it's done, because you didn't know. That's why it's important for every board member to do your own research, to understand, inquire, ask those questions. I want to do what's right, believe that everyone has good intentions. But sometimes be glad that you don't have to figure it out. During the pandemic, I said to many board members, this is the time that you should be really glad again that you're not sitting in this. Many board members thought they had to be the decision makers. Regardless if it's a pandemic, a fire, a shooting, any of those things that happen, it is still the responsibility of the superintendent to have a safe learning environment. When the pandemic caused an unsafe, they still have to figure it out, because teaching and learning is connected to that. Many board members abandoned the governance and got in the weeds and tried to tell the superintendent how to handle it. They're still responsible to say, based upon this that we're dealing with, we still have to educate kids, number one. And I remind board members, I've heard many boards say, there was no teaching or learning happening. That is such a punch in the gut to teachers.
Yeah.
So I had to remind them, change your language. Teaching and learning had to look different. It was happening. It just had to look different. So don't say, and they would put it out there, it wasn't happening. I said, now how do you think your teachers and principals feel? They're coming to school or online, they're working, and you still don't think the kids are learning. There's some kids that excel here at every time. So all of that to say, sometimes you don't know, but you get the support of each other. So when it is the will of the board, we have discussed it enough that we're gonna have to, sometimes you gotta go out on a limb and be out there all by yourself. But you guys are looking at the big picture. Based upon the information you have, this is the best decision. And do you always get it right? No. But then you don't turn on each other because you didn't get it right. You say, okay, let's huddle. What do we need to do different this time? Because we may have to do right the wrong like this, right? And so if you look at this article, I was telling this inverted triangle, I just want to show you this briefly. When you start thinking about building capacity to lead strategically with your superintendent, there are conditions that must happen in order for change to take place. So you have the policies, the practices, the resource flow. That's where the board is. The key thing, though, that relationships and connection, that power dynamics. Who are the people always at the table making the decision? Are they the same people? Do you ask the same building principals, or do you get an assistant principal to be at the table? In order, you have to change those dynamics so every voice is heard. And you can't policy your way out of issues. You guys know that. You can't, well, we're gonna policy that. That doesn't work. You've got to deal with the humanistic part of it. Do you have the finances? And that relationship building is key, because number one, you have to have people who want to work here. Because you could have all these kids who need to be taught, but if there's no staff to do it, there's a major problem. Okay, and that mental model, this is something that the superintendent has to work on. He's getting to know his staff, knowing their capacity and knowing some are waving flags like, hey, I need help. I don't know how to do that. We're not shaming or blaming any people. We have to address systems that don't serve our children well. But you have to create that space where staff feels that you're not blaming. You're not saying that 10 years I've been teaching that I've been intentionally not teaching. Is that what you're telling me? That's stuff, that's a heavy lift your superintendent has in order for this district to go forward. And that's why the board has had that big picture to say, are we creating the conditions so he can do that? Are we hindering him from doing that? So when I put your folder together, I will put this article in it, just some things you guys refer to. But just wanted you to kind of think about, you have to know what waters you've been swimming in. And if you don't even recognize that you're wet, then it's going to be a challenge. Because some things we have to just stop doing because they're not serving the staff well. They're hindering staff from your superintendent to empower them. If you would ask, if superintendent would have 20 principals in the room and it'd say, do you feel that you're empowered to be as creative as you want to be, to teach, so that kids have the outcome that we want? How many of you feel that you're empowered? It's amazing what you find out. Some people are afraid to ask that question. So in terms of I keep mentioning to you guys kind of questions that you ask. This is all I'm sharing with you before we go into our breakout group. Effective questions, they're tough questions. So anytime you have to make decisions, set policies, think about what is the goal for whatever this thing is. What is the goal for this policy? What is the goal for us to change something on how we do our agenda? Are we trying to make sure that our community has time? What's the goal for having a listening session? Always think about it that way. You don't just do things knee-jerk reaction. You have to be very thoughtful. What does the data tell us that's important to do? That determines priority. Some things, and I think, Sarah, you had mentioned, perhaps previously, it's like kicking the can down the road, things that we know we should have addressed. Those are top priority. But top priority could be 10 things that are top priority. Now, how do you prioritize things that are already priority? But you have to do it. You have to make. So what does the data tell us that is the urgency in this district? What does the research say that supports that this, whatever that thing is, you fill in the blank, will achieve the results we're trying to do? So again, if you have your strategic plan when you get there, right now you have goals, what's going to help us get there? This is how the Board of Education should be thinking. How does this, whatever, align with our vision, mission, and goals? Do know there are a lot of things that come to your attention that has absolutely nothing to do with vision, mission, and goal. Not that they're not important. And your community, staff, whomever, are passionate about it. But as a Board of Education, this is where your focus is. The mission, what does it have to do? And you may be able to weave it in. It could be a couple bullets down, but it does fall into this category. Like these 3 areas out of the 4 that we'll talk about, some of these things may fall in those categories. But this is how I want the board to be examining projects or challenges that are brought to your attention. What does staff need to know to implement whatever, if it's a policy or an expectation, what do they need to make sure that they're successful? Because we don't ever want to continue to ask staff, superintendent to do something and there's no support behind it. That's just set up for failure. Have other districts, boards, or student groups, community people been sacrificed for this new way of doing it? If so, which ones and why? This is where you're unpacking. Are we not serving a particular group of our community? Are those the ones that, if they continue to come to your meeting, 2 things could be happening. Either they just like to come and share, or you're really not addressing what they need you to address. So something needs to happen. How will whatever you do be evaluated? Because at the end of the day, anytime you change something, you have to measure the success of it. You don't, after you've put in the thought of, yes, this is the best thing to do, now we need to measure it now that it's implemented. How do we measure the success of this? Okay? I believe that was the last one. So as you see, these are those 4 areas. We're not going to focus on operational sustainability because I have 3 groups. So what I want you to do is you have a certain color folder because that color folder is your partner. There's a reason I give you colored folders. Okay? Whoever is purple has service excellence. Service excellence is purple.
Purple's my favorite color.
Yellow has deeper learning. And what's that one right behind you, Peter? What's the color I wrote on that?
It's blue,
It's the blue, do you have a blue folder?
blue.
No. No, the circle,
Circle.
what I circled.
That's
What
a,
circle are we looking at?
the circles behind those.
Oh, I
Yeah.
can't see that.
I forget what color.
I've been questioning my color looks because of that little chart. It looks this, the teal and the green look exactly the same to me.
That's green. Whoever has a green folder goes there.
All right,
Whoever has the yellow folder,
you coming here?
No, we're right.
Right here.
yellow is over here. Purple is over there. I'm going to move myself out
Start
here.
running that route.
Hold on. So listen up, this is what I want you to do.
So open that up.
Good.
Nice.
Now that you have a copy of this in front of you, this is your opportunity to change the name of it, right? April, you're gonna jump in there, you're gonna do.
I love this assignment.
You have an opportunity to do whatever, again, you're looking through the latest big picture. Because it's going, how does it go filter down to what you expect the superintendent to do? Okay, so each of you, and put the names of your teammates on this paper. So I know, because I will collect those and take those with me. So whoever on your team, just write your initials or your name on there so I know. So what I want you to do is, deeper learning, who's deeper learning? Over here. So they're getting ready to model what they're gonna show you how it's done. I'm putting you guys on the spot. So you will look at what the definition of this, what's already written. Take it consider, now you guys know a lot more about this than I do, you know what's going on, especially with the superintendent. So you're saying this is to increase opportunities for students, particularly underserved students, to think critically and master academic content by engaging them in ways that are culturally and linguistically responsive. Then you have those bullet points. What does that look like today under your new leadership with your board member? You get to talk this through. So, okay, you guys, Joe and your superintendent get ready to tell you guys what this looks like. So, as you're looking at this and you see deeper learning, just based upon what you see here quickly, what would you call this? What's important to focus on the education? If you had an opportunity to change that heading of deeper learning, what would that be? Just thinking off the top of your head, what would that be? If you're focusing on increasing opportunities for all students, what would that be?
I could rip off someone else's term. The fact that we should be, I like striking out this culture. Teaching. That's what it is. It means that we're providing students with the curriculum, instruction, that elevates them to a high level. The matter that relates to them, regardless of what they're bringing to the classroom.
So that's just the title. So you have an opportunity because it's gonna start from the board. So you have your different colors, in a different color, I want you to write what your new heading is. Once you guys talk with each other, write what your new heading is. And then just like you see on here, all I'm asking you to do is if you had to write a sentence of what that is, your new heading, and you may use some of the language that's in this one sentence. Write your sentence on what that would be, and then all you're gonna do is put 2 or 3 bullet points.
Did you say the heading is a bullet point under the strategic initiative or the exact strategic initiative?
The bullet point, these bullet points.
Yeah.
That's describing what this is. But what I want you to do is just like how deeper learning has a depth of explanation of what it is.
Change bold is Gotcha.
Just change your vote. Now you're going to be able to explain to your colleagues what it means now. And then, just like this, put a few bullet points to explain that. And make sure that you guys, you'll be able to, that they're measurable and all that. This is just the first process. We will continue to work on it. So you guys are going to get about, I'm gonna stop you at 2:30. So I really expect you to get some real deep stuff on there. Give you to 2:30. Oh, I'm sorry. Last thing, whoever writes, make it legible. I have to be able. Please.
We literally had to get our notebooks approved. I was like, my handwriting.
Okay, that's what you guys are doing.
I can't even read this. I don't know what I didn't know where to go. That's why I was like, I need to do capitalize, like, remember what I was doing.
I'm gonna try.
Literature.
I know.
Now we start talking about it.
So I believe.
I like this, honestly, I like this.
I think you're gonna be past the connection.
I don't try and stop. Like,
Establish customer focus. What does that mean? What's that even mean?
Okay. Reading. People focus.
Part of it is that.
It is.
It's not just. Think about.
Honestly. Buzzwords, yeah. And it's so like, usually, even reading it, it's like, there's a reaction. And I've had their conversations, like, I'm not even seeing. Right? Like, and so like. Transcript is really a kind of for. That's obviously, and then everybody has an art.
So let's think, yeah, I think those in general. Every average.
Like.
You have to explain that.
Wow.
All these things.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
And then there wants to like they. Workshops.
Yeah, people that are interactive.
Okay,
So.
Finding some materials. I think able to come to the first time.
Next.
That week.
You should have.
Successful administration.
You walk in out of the bus, not just.
So basically.
Yeah.
Anyone's.
Shows. Have a feeling that, okay.
Next to this.
Humanity and effective. I would activity in that district, this would be that part of the state.
You must have this kids. Study.
Yeah. I. Right.
Yeah, I was like, the concept of service, I was like, yeah, we should. As I read the whole.
I would find. Sure. You could
Illustration.
where it is, something that would be.
Every
We
job.
know.
But I wanna.
And from there, first thing.
I like this because it's a mirror, right?
Yeah.
Actually, thing.
So.
That's the side that we can say.
It's
I think that's it.
Students. And
Which is that? Parents,
Yeah, yeah.
Because you saw.
Yeah.
It was 3 or 4 pages, including about. It's ridiculous. Questions. We started. Then I would have some other these guys. Anyway, so it's already.
Seeing what they need.
So.
Says.
next-
I still.
Okay, just for example.
If we have not created in front of us.
You know,
So.
yeah, that's very more like this.
We're gonna do that.
Okay.
The retaining part.
And we're-
We don't want those. Pretty great.
Don't want-
So we're talking about mentors, coaching. We're talking about pathways for.
And I think it's good. Talk about refining, I think thinking outside the box. Maybe don't advertise on the same website.
So like strategic improvement,
That's a good way to put it. And there's some treatment. How to.
Trying to give you stuff writing like that, I go,
That's
what it looks like in the keyboard.
And it's a prettier experience.
It's also one person. All that. It could. So. they're gonna define
Can't see
the
writing.
right methodology.
That's my mom's letters.
I'm also like.
Excellent.
I remember they were doing that too. It was like a.
Yeah.
Yeah.
clearly
I don't know.
Okay, so I don't like trains.
I'm just getting a bot.
I know
That's for sure. Certain. I should get really kids get 20 or 60 ideas.
I'm saying we're the lowest. Develop personnel to promote equity.
Affirmative. So.
Now.
All sides. They would.
And he, yeah. There's enough.
I'm going to also teach each other. We're gonna be facilitators.
Just questions all the time.
Develop.
What should students be able to do? That's what so let's say we have. Exposure.
It's not really good.
Also strategies, right?
Promote.
Yeah.
Oh,
When you say that.
Reading strategies still don't have. Right? You're gonna put yourself.
I feel orientation for. Where it would create the welcoming
Let's say
environment.
that's
Yes.
first. The fundamentals.
So you want to first.
Just take a test, you know what.
Develop.
Equity test, reading ready. Then math does something. Let's say 3 to 6 months. Give them-
And then stay
First
like.
is how.
Maybe like that's five.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a
Develop
wise-
personnel,
You can trust that.
equity, trust, and
This.
Yeah.
both.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh, that's a good question. Like,
Outlines.
So they're like a real.
So 10 to 15% agree with presentations. They're gonna be groups, how many kids are down, say we have to be one. Great. Recruit and staff. It could be reflected.
So. it's
Right on.
assessment. Assessment.
Yeah, at the beginning, you're gonna get assessment.
That's.
Oh, wow.
So they could be.
Okay.
Presentation.
I like it. I'm going to read this one. I really like it.
Yeah.
And also use it the keywords there.
I love that too.
It doesn't exist anymore here. It's
Right,
like,
right.
that's really what we think.
Exactly. And that's what's not
They tell us.
Okay,
If
so-
they're gonna pick,
so
we
let's-
can't. 2 minutes, let's see.
Like,
Yeah, we got. Let's say we have. Absolutely.
I have numbers that does a break. But at the same time.
That's good.
And trust.
Service.
Excellence is the one that I think is fine. If you wanna talk about.
As you said, you know.
Like, fine, but what is it like, passionate service? Is it
Next week.
or?
I mean, honestly,
On the-
So let's say.
we should quite
Well,
good.
work is not-
Oh, I didn't-
In math, like, yeah.
Yeah, so what's happening is, some kids. That have phones.
Yeah.
Well, let's say we have this baseline. And says, just so all the shared tracks change.
We'll see what's because right now. it's-
Yeah, they want to see them, so they're-
So.
But I like the idea of, so it's not working.
But here's.
Yeah.
Sounds like
We're gonna do- What would you do? If first, if it's so you get the exact same whole point.
Looks like we can combine my third and then fifth together.
I still don't, it's like this.
So I let you. Word there.
But it- I'll get- Basically.
Let's do current guardians.
So you said three.
Five, same night.
It's not finished.
That's just all.
Service.
Involved, yeah, involved, yes. Involved or. You know what I mean? Like, we're like, we're like that, where it's like, they're part of the picture, where it's like, again.
But if we stay-
Like that, like that. Yeah, that was actually my goal, this parent guardian was gonna have high schools. Yeah, that's what we want.
Yeah.
That goes to our, that goes to our word.
Deborah, I'm sorry, but we're not marketing people. How are we supposed to know the right to call it?
So.
You're not marketing people.
No, it's like we're not happy with what it is, and we don't know what to call it.
Right,
Yeah.
where it's like.
So you're.
All this like.
Sure.
I like that.
You're in the.
What it is.
Include. That's good.
So these were doubled up for the title and something like, what do we think them like welcoming or?
Oh. Or
Family
keyword
voice.
leadership. It's collaborative.
Do you have anything about a safe learning?
So like, opportunities.
Someone's.
Right? We're there.
Yeah.
What was there?
Leaders. It's more about, they had like one excellent. Get power person. Because.
Like create.
Yeah, that's great too.
Really, that's relationships that are.
I almost like to.
Yeah. It is.
Include our
Grow.
family.
Think about.
So.
Teacher.
Create spaces that
Involved.
involve.
Yeah.
Are include with it. Include my office.
Right.
Really, that you have systems and staff deliver what they, that, what their job, right?
Service oriented.
Yeah.
Are.
Just something that we have, because you have trade staff. I'm picking up what you said about. What's the impression
No, we
versus
did today.
impression?
Okay, well, so quiet. So what was the first word on the?
Create.
Create, yes. create.
What do they do?
Honestly, it's kind of, you know, because some schools are so, there are.
We can know who's charging. Because It could be meals.
I help you.
Yeah, it's like
Leaders-
something that catches,
Let's do this.
catches
Create spaces that
the
include
deliverable,
community
what's
The other
expected
way
is
is
that voice.
delivered,
We would know.
and
and the experience of
Promote.
of that.
Community
transaction.
Oh, family engagement.
family engagement.
Boom.
Great.
Yours is the excellence.
Dang, that's good. That's even better than we put the first one.
What did I, what did I, what did I- okay.
Welcome.
Yeah, like.
What?
Voice and.
Whatever it is, it has, that's how you monitor it, so what you're calling it has to be very confidential.
Exactly.
Maybe it is service.
So. Yeah.
It's okay to
Okay.
keep it,
Last one.
tweak it.
The advisory team can have multiple stakeholders.
Welcome.
That's kind of actually goes with our efficiency forward.
Engage.
I'm just gonna kind of go along, we draw from our rich or diverse.
Sure, sure, good.
I think it's go something along. those lines.
Okay, I'll start this. Okay, you took that.
Yeah, we draw one.
I think to serve excellence, because it's the expectation that you're getting, that they engage in all these areas. So what you're saying is excellence.
And it's about the service they're providing, so that maybe it is the right title.
I'm trying to think of something to add to
We were
it,
just
wrap
thinking
that
that.
around. Because those are two good words for what you're trying to say, that the experience, when people are interacting, we training the staff, communicating, what are they getting? Excellence.
Yeah.
Service that you.
So we were saying it's not, it's that, yes, it was, what did we say, timely, it's
So good.
deliverables that are timely, responsive, but also like that there's a warmth around it as well. Like there's a management. So maybe the bullet point here, how it has like there's section under the timeline, is that we talk about this.
Yeah.
This one.
But it's already-
I mean, it's the same shit.
What bullet, do you want her name?
Oh,
We were just thinking service action, it sounds like this, most staff.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
a little bit.
How do you make it, when someone says, sees that that's connected with education? That's the business that you're in.
Right.
Yeah.
Foundation of the materials. Okay, some,
don't.
Great. Executing. Good for her.
Oh,
That's like Santi, my youngest, like.
I know you
He's
guys
just
here
not-
are not. I
they're
know
like-
you guys
Yeah,
are not-
they-
So,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really? So it's going to be,
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, a whole
No,
process.
yeah.
Little new-
I mean, we use some sort of these.
Yeah, yeah.
We ran like every word, like we put, this was at the right connotation, at the right denotation.
they're right there now. We're just sell that.
So.
Make it convincing.
Power to leadership.
Yeah, yeah.
Make it convincing. Peter, did you see that they have two of these over here?
I have one, and I was like, I wonder if we'll try to for another reason.
I'm the one trying my good part for season. I got 4 right now. I traded with Joe, I traded with Deborah. I can't wait to
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was looking for best, I would pass out every time. One, 2, or 3. You know, tell me what to do. We do. I think focus out and ensures.
So let me ask you a question, okay, along the lines. The second to last question. So what barriers, says what barriers, actually this one.
Yeah.
What barriers is
Trying to work while working.
Right.
Okay, so how? do we take-
It's a little, I'm sorry.
So we're going to.
Churches. No. I'm excited. Yeah, so much. But I'm also being. Something to do with.
I mean,
Oh, okay. Oh, a lot of change. So each high school has. Oh, sorry, it's the building. Right. Yeah. The building has, which they have the following, so.
Let's say, some of them will say, see themselves, they don't wind up about other things, and they're back to the last.
300 device.
But what would these, so. Communication, the community members, I said a diverse set of students.
Yeah, community members, including faithfuls.
And then.
But it's not just.
It's all different parts of the community. Groups.
But who else?
My camera right here.
Could be.
Yes.
That's where I'm on camera.
I'm here on
She's at the end of the line. That's just my.
Education partners.
Yeah.
I do too.
Wait, do you really come?
Get my trash.
Yeah, me too, right here, that's even that fun.
Yeah.
But what are they?
You go find
But what are these?
Place you can take care of.
That would make sense for people who have a wallet in their buttocks, but it doesn't make
The
sense.
community members.
Me too.
The wallet side, right? Where wallets go.
First, we try.
Yeah, so we'll get to the other, how we can create it. No, mine's right in the trap too. I have to weird thing for actually anybody.
But this is just, none of that's, it's all. It's all.
Like you can do it per night. Wow,
Okay.
We try to do one thing.
No, it's not, it's just
Then we
constant.
stick it.
But my
But we're not going to start all at once.
Let me see, just like.
Because you.
Like, I'm not saying, if I have to see how far you go, that's my bad.
It was flat.
Yeah.
So some of them will end up flat right now.
Okay, try ones.
But some of them-
We had
There's gonna
a.
be a future.
Family engagement. Oh, at the beginning of the school year, that got these, and now I have six for a staff member.
Yeah, I didn't want.
Out for a while. No, so.
So. We don't want folks to see us. So. Yeah, out. Right. We want some
So,
set.
wait, stop.
We want-
I just right here, it's right.
Okay.
Now, oh my.
Right.
Oh.
And you're pulling out the
Maybe they say-
that is that cross.
Oh my God.
Now, so this. Sort of like.
Here's the-
Yeah.
Really, I'm telling you, it's gonna happen. So this
Like bossing it.
Oh, are we doing stretches? I'm thinking on that. Yes.
Say they both have a staff spot.
Is it between the plates?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The catch.
I think that's what they just called it.
Like between the.
Sure. Scott used to front, so turns, catches them like that. So maybe.
Between the shoulder blades. that-
Yeah, try. I have more extension, try to catch.
I go in and it's like different spot. The deep tissue.
I got a Theragun, I love that.
Oh, I heard the like.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah. If I get somebody to do it for me. Yeah, can we get a card for me?
Yeah.
I think down my bubble, yeah. Like,
As a dog.
it's hard, it's really, it's.
But I have those there.
Right.
Yeah. Those are so good. I had I used to do the tennis ball and like long soccer. Yeah. So you'll not forget.
That's their.
Bring it over.
No, that's what I'm saying.
I'm like-
That's their job.
I mean, it's like I would have it and then be like, okay.
Started
I
out.
can say that.
You
Yes, I ponytail.
Your level is hard. This is. Right? Is it a-
Oh, we're getting pointers.
Just let.
You're welcome. I'm honestly.
Right, and you want it.
We're not.
For the mayor.
Okay.
So what they don't.
Oh, that's right.
So do this.
Okay.
Now, shoulder.
This is-
Like,
Okay.
okay. Over your shoulder. Push your shoulder back.
Okay. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Is that a good one?
Yeah.
And then there's the one where you're like, on the when you're laying down. And you go, oh, so you thread.
That's, yeah.
So what I'm hearing is that we have more stretching because of the very down of the knee. Oh, that's true. Don't let us forget.
I tend to be like.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Right, so they got. One side of the class, and then every other class.
Oh, yeah.
I'm already feeling so much better. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. I don't even, I was struggling with it.
Of course, right, but that's what they design.
Oh, yeah. I can stretch my, like, you did a cat though, like, it's usually like stretch all day. This area is so like nimble.
Yeah.
Oh,
So, questions? Or yeah.
My dream is to get cat today. Is this for
Yes.
It's just gonna be like forever. Go down in time.
Yeah, we passed the point of no return there.
You guys take your little 5-minute stretch break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
That's that.
So it's needed. That was much needed. So you can like your seats or stand, yeah.
Also.
Stand by your side.
No, that's okay.
And then your chin over here.
The short, yeah, here.
I had my information this morning, so I'll be at 5:30. And it's late there. I just been talking about laying under the table. There's no skirt, so just like
So fine.
I don't know. That's great.
That's. Yeah. At risk.
Yeah, it's like. So I.
At risk. Tell me why. Right. That's what.
That's true. They use this time. Years to say, said, there's transition. Just so you.
Well, sure, we'll say it was very difficult.
Yeah.
Because people hear that at risk, but at risk too.
Okay,
So we don't want to talk. So. It, like you said, they would understand there is others who are not married. Trying to teach you this. That's what it's for. It's like I told you.
You're at risk.
Yeah, a lot of people. That go to churches. White class. People obedient. Middle class.
Yeah.
That's what they're trying to inject. A lot of people is fine. You can't do that. Husband.
I find it.
Wait. Very attractive. All the women going to grab the husbands. Soccer is. See what I'm saying? So that, that's very easy. It's going to be the one. What we want to do, we want to do is. If all these people are happy, they're gonna have it, it's kind of push this case. Because they will see this game. Shine. Once it got past. I would have it. It's like I was. Oh. Because it already proved this. See what I'm saying? It's good.
We just got two papers,
I've been.
overachieving.
I'm just describing Joe's thoughts.
I got 2 pages.
You just
We're
translate.
like, bop, bop, bop.
We were all about brevity.
And I'm being saved.
Excellent.
It's see, and it's. Experience. With my students. This is. I saw the street. Sheet. By the streets. Sure.
You can see that's happy.
Yeah, I know.
we're going to do is have the three groups report out. And what I want you to do is say what your topic's name was, and if you changed it, share what that is, and then just share with your colleagues. What you have to do is you're doing a pitch to your colleagues that this is the direction that you should go. So now you can see what your skills are like, convincing, consensus building, how you convince your colleagues based upon what you wrote down. And this is also, as you're listening to the report out, think about if there's anything you would add. And they can decide if they say yes or no to that. Because you're gonna do that fun part. So I'm gonna have the first group over here, Ken and April, you guys share what your topic's name was, and if you made any change it, then just do the pitch to your colleagues on why you should go in this direction as a goal.
Okay, well, the topic was service excellence, and we were saying that this feels like it could be Macy's, like at their return department, you could possibly see this, so like, what about it? And we were trying to see if there's something different altogether, but ultimately we found this was the thing it was getting at, is about the deliverables, like people are delivering something. So, and then the experience of that delivery, so is it effective delivery and what's the experience of it? So we just thought maybe another word like educational, so that it's focused on not just like a transactional experience.
I think to soften it a little bit and make it more, palatable, yeah.
Yeah, so we were thinking in terms of Jason's like department approach, this would be under HR. And so we changed the tagline to be focus on positive experience for students, staff, and families. So like, what is that service that's being provided is for those. You want to talk about this one?
Yeah, focus on positive experience for students, staff, and families. And so I like it, I mean, the people on the front lines, all of the receptionists, secretaries, the people that, for many folks, are the first introduction that they have to our district at all, right? And sometimes, I don't know how you feel, but it's not always been that friendly, hasn't always been that kind. And so they don't come back because they don't feel needed. So we want to give people what they need, want it to be equitable, oriented toward the whole person, compassionate, inclusive, caring, safe, and accessible environment.
And then the second piece of that was recruit and retain the best staff. So in terms of recruitment, strategic method of recruitment, and then I think where we have a lot more to do is what happens once we get them here. So is there mentorship coaching available? Do we have a staff that's representative of our diverse community? Do we have pathways in place for them to grow within HUSD? And then do we provide ongoing ABAR work for all of our staff that includes racial affinity groups, so that that representative piece is, they want to stay once they get here.
And the next bullet is about training staff. Systematize ongoing PD schedule for all of our staff. And a focus on humanity, meaningful commentary,
Okay, next.
connection, like I said.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And then the last one is communicate or communication that's community oriented. So having a timeline and that the deliverables are timely, responsive, and positive.
What say you? You guys think your thoughts?
Can I just say that last line? Oriented timeline, deliverables that are timely, responsive. I use the example of it's ridiculous that, you know, a teacher would have to order, I don't know, whatever they order, pencils, pens, art supplies, whatever, in June, and they don't get it until October 1st. You know, so that's what I was talking about. That's not excellent service at all. So getting people what they need and getting it to them, whether it be a computer, technical, whatever.
Any thoughts?
I love the idea of focusing, I mean, especially with service excellence, like something pretty close to what I work in professionally. But it's just the idea of what we do is we focus on what's called an SLA. It's a service level agreement. But it's an ability for you to say, hey, we'll get back to you. You establish a set of conditions that everyone can be held to, right? And so they have an expectation that you're going to live up to. That's what creates a good experience, right? You tell them this is what's going to happen, and then you do it, that's what creates a positive relationship or service excellence. So I really like that idea. And then the focus on our street level bureaucrats, the people that are face to face with our families and community, and making sure that they're trained and they feel supported. Also, I think that's a big part of it, right? I think sometimes when you want to get the best out of your human capital, out of your employees, is letting them see, human resources and employees is seeing, letting them see where they fit in the picture. And I don't know, that's how important they are when they are in the front lines like that. I think that's very key.
When you make it where people feel that they are part of the solution, they will be risk takers, they will go to the end of the road to get it done. Any other thoughts? Go ahead.
Yeah, so when I think of like service excellence, and I'm thinking of like the educational system, I'm thinking of, you know, HUSD, and I'm thinking of who we're serving, I like customer service, like to have the mindset that we are serving our most highest customer being the child, but then the caregiver of the child too. And when you think of like a functioning like operational like business or something of that sort, they value the customer and they value serving the customer because then the customer returns. And so I really like thinking of it in that type of sense that we want them to be happy here, we want them to return here, we want everyone to come here. So how are we servicing our customers and how are we supporting our most valued customers? So that's what I think. And I also like everything that you guys.
So they were just modeled. They're listening to you, and then they're going to write it in there as it fits. So that's what I want you guys to do as well. What are your thoughts?
As you were talking, it made me think of what one of the board presentations that resonated most with me that we saw during a board meeting, and that was the presentation that we had from the inclusion group. And as you're talking, it made me think about the concept of universal design, designing spaces, designing school environments where regardless of the background of the family, of the parents, when they walk into our schools and students walk into our classrooms, feeling welcome, feeling supported, feeling like there will be a response. So that piece really resonated. I think it was the first point that you made in terms of that piece. And I think that's really a critical space. And I'm also hearing the theme developing. It reminds me of what we've been talking about in terms of the listening sessions. And what Sarah said earlier in terms of families feeling intimidated to come to a board meeting because it's tough to be in front of the crowd, right? Families also feel intimidated about walking into our school facilities, especially if we're talking about a newcomer family or a family who hasn't had a good educational experience themselves.
That's right.
And so that's really important. If we want, this is a theme I'm hearing in terms of we want to make sure everyone feels welcome, supported, and that we're going to not just listen, we're also going to respond. Not all six of us all respond, but you get my point.
Just
That
drop that.
I've been listening because I've been listening to.
Yeah, it's especially true, I think, like that, you say, oh, they don't want to come. Like if they managed to brave the forces that be and came that first time and they don't have a good experience, they remember that being attendance clerk. And they don't want to come back a second time because she was mean to me.
Yeah.
Happens all the time.
Yeah.
And it doesn't even need to be that extreme. It can
Yeah.
simply be like you walk in and no one greets you
Yeah.
and you feel like, oh, am I interrupting? Like you aren't the priority.
Yeah.
Right.
As you said, a valued customer, you can feel that. It doesn't even need to go as far as being mean.
Yeah, it might not even be the
And-
same school. You might have had that experience with your elementary school student, so now you don't want to visit the middle school.
No,
But the key thing is, how many buildings do you guys have? School buildings.
30 plus.
Okay.
Plus DO.
Yeah.
If I walked in 30 of
Plus
them,
up.
would I feel like I'm in 30 different school districts? Probably.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
No, because they are run.
It's not university, right?
There needs to be things in place that they should feel the same way going from elementary to the high school or whatever. So, but that's a big area of systemically training people, that you want that experience, but they're saying, you want that experience of excellence everywhere they go. Because one thing we do know, we remember how people treated us. Not all those wonderful things that you have on your website and say what you do. I want to talk, and I'm going to now go tell everybody about my experience with her. And so you have to make sure that the experience isn't different if a child has to go from this elementary school to the next one, that is such a cultural shock. It should be seamless, but that's a lot of work, that's training staff, that's getting buy-in. And it's the board setting expectation of this is the culture of HUSD. This is the culture, so we do this in high school, middle school, we do it in the central office, when they walk in this building. What is their first experience? Now, I could say to you, I'm not gonna say too much, I'm not trying to get anybody in trouble. What was my first experience when I couldn't get in this building?
I don't know.
Don't say anything else, but you think total outsider, never been here before. What was my first impression?
You couldn't get in.
That's right, you can't get in actually.
You couldn't get in.
There's no reflection of, because this was, but someone let me in, but what was my experience with that person? It wasn't anybody in this room. I was like.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, okay, I won't say anything. Not me, girl, I can't go there. Like, that's not first impressions. Hard to take that back.
Well,
It's like,
And it's
when
very.
you squeeze the toothpaste out, have any of you ever tried to put the toothpaste back? You know?
Can't do it.
Well, actually, there is a little trick.
I know, you know it, there, who wants to, yeah, I hear you guys.
But that's a lot of work.
What is it? What is
It's a lot of work.
Jack?
It's a lot of work.
Yeah, right.
Can I also
Finish up on it, yeah.
Can I also comment
We
on
haven't heard from Joe.
the thing about recruiting and retaining the best staff? And I want to focus on the
Yeah.
best. Because I think too often, HUSD, we get locked into that thing where, oh my God, I gotta fill these positions, and we just need, and we end up just getting a warm body. You know, and I'm not saying that's what we all are, but I'm saying that's what happens sometimes. So if we want to recruit the best, I think there's more to the process than just slapping job notices up on EdJoin and calling it a day. There's a lot more. We should be going to our historically Black colleges and recruiting. We should be really doing that.
I think we
I think we do, we do.
Like,
But
Coach
there's
is
an
doing a really.
expectation, remember how the board would ask that is a great question. But how would you pose that question to your superintendent in what
I
fashion?
don't know the,
That's what you said is so important, that the board needs to make sure that it's happening. How would you ask your superintendent different? But that's about HR.
Right.
So how would you, as a board member, ask that question to see if
We
that's
would
happening?
say, in our anti-racism policy, we explicitly state that we will intentionally, and we go to HBCU. So can you tell us, superintendent, in what
is the
ways
How's
process
that going?
to hire?
are
That's
you
what
doing
do.
that? Yeah.
And once you say, what's the process, they can say, well, we have career job fair, okay, we go to HBCUs, then they get an opportunity, but that's how the board, you're thinking about all of that, no. Put it in the framework of what process is in place, so that HR will be able to explain, oh, we do this, you're like, oh, I didn't even know that, but now you do know. Joe, do you want to add anything to this about what they shared?
No, I think you
Taking
did
it
a
all
great
in.
job.
And remember, we jump in, we don't, I'm not trying to omit, but thank you for reminding me that we had heard. from Joe. I wanna just make sure.
Let the superintendent take it. He's
Oh, I'm waiting for you guys to be last. You two are gonna be on the hot seat.
2 pages.
We can handle it.
Okay,
Jenna,
Right.
Jenna has something to add.
again, what were you gonna say?
I thought they did a great job of identifying very real gaps.
There you go, very real gaps. Okay.
First paper.
All right.
Awesome, thank you, first thing.
Hey, o'clock, guys. Hey, hey, team three. We're coming over here.
They want you to motivate, they're doing.
Yeah.
Serious. Okay, here's the B team.
Oh, no, we're the A team.
No,
I happen to be going B.
You'd be the best.
All right, good afternoon, Sharks. We're asking for a $280 million operating budget for 100% equity in our schools.
All right, here we go.
Sharks.
Process.
Shark Tank,
Shark Tank.
come on.
Please tell me that you watched her. Oh my God, did no Disney, no Marvel, no Shark Tank.
I don't have cable or TV. I'm sorry.
Well, we are the team of Sarah and Peter, and we are brought to you by your Board of Education. Sarah, take it away.
Well, first we want to tell you about a little bit about our process. We started with relationship-centered schools. And we looked at our first sentence, which was increase student access to social and emotional supports with a focus on equity. So Peter, can you tell us exactly how?
Yeah, so I think a big part of what we noticed is that, when we develop these bullet points, is the key is your very first starting verb. Because that verb is gonna have a connotation, a denotation that you wanna have and drive the vision of our district. So we wanna find appropriately charged words that would get us kind of the meaning behind what the intent of what we had. So the first one we had was.
Serving the whole child.
That's a
Connect-
bullet.
Oh, sorry, this is our
That's a bullet.
name. So we replaced.
That's our new bullet.
We replace increased student access to social emotional supports with a focus on equity with serving the whole child.
Good,
Do you guys keep
straightforward.
the main title?
Relationship centered schools.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
And so our first bullet is connect every child with wraparound support service.
we liked it because it was just straight to the point. And we thought about it too, is when we have people from the community read our, strategic plan and read these terms, we want them to understand it just like anyone else. And you don't have to go look at the source or a dictionary, what these words mean.
And we also talked about how equity has become somewhat of a trend word that can be, I personally am triggered sometimes by it because we don't see the action behind the word at times. And so we wanted to take that, either you don't understand the word, or you misdefine the word, or you have a reaction to the word. We wanted to take that away and we wanted to connect.
Yeah, and we didn't really like the adverb of using like equitably in that first one, but we did use it as a noun in the second one, but there's a reason why. So second one we have here is develop personnel to promote equity and trust resulting in positive relationships. If you look at relationship centered schools, where is the word trust? When you talk about positive relationships, trust is the fundamental piece of relationships. And the fact that we're missing that from there is a huge indicator that we are not emphasizing trust enough. And how many times do we hear about from our community that there is a lack of trust? Let's put it right there and live by it.
And we want to remind you of what the original bullet point was, which was to train, which some people have a reaction to that word, train. To train for equity, implicit bias, positive relationship building.
I think trains, it's the connotation is we're telling you, you're doing this, right? Develop is we're invested with you. You are an asset to this district. What can we do to support you and help you?
So what was fun with this one is we're still looking at what we originally had, and Peter noticed that there's two bullet points that are kind of saying the same thing.
Yeah. 3 and 5.
Yeah, 3 and 5. Develop non-traditional parent engagement opportunities and expand parent education and engagement. So we wanted to, again, look for a unifying verb with what do we want to create? And then we wanted to be more inclusive. And so we didn't say parent, we said family.
Yeah.
So create spaces that include community voice and promote family engagement. That's how we get it.
I was gonna say, word develop, I really like that better than word train. The word train also kind of speaks to me when I see it, a top down,
Yeah, exactly.
rather than.
Yep.
That second bullet point to me is really critical. I think sometimes folks who are on the outside of our system think we can fire our way into greatness, right? This person isn't where they should be, get rid of them. That person isn't where they should be, get rid of them. One, there aren't enough people for us to recruit as is. We need to develop folks who are promoting equity, start investing in our people and growing them from within. some people aren't getting on board no matter what, sure, we push them out. But by and large, I think that second bullet point is absolutely essential.
And then what about making sure we're in that same vein about the staff where they are? Perhaps they're just not in the right position to really flourish. So determining that this is just not a good fit for them, but when you look at their skill set, this is a better fit for you to excel so that the kids reap the benefits. Sometimes people have been pigeonholed into a position, never get an opportunity to move anywhere because no one has engaged in a conversation. Like, tell me about some other skills. If you could do something else, what it would be? What would it be in this? So having those conversations, which I'm sure you
And sometimes that position isn't within a unified school district.
right, and so sometimes you just prop the door open. Just let people know that you're not pushing them out, you literally prop the door open to let people know that it's okay.
And we'll support
If
you.
but sometimes you need to remove people as far away from children as possible,
Mhm.
but they may excel somewhere else
might.
that could benefit the district.
Might be healthier for them.
Absolutely.
So what do they say on Shark Tank when you get selected? Or you win?
You make an offer, so I'll give you 50%.
Okay, so- Whatever,
$50 for this thing.
fine, I wanna buy it at full price, you've sold me, but I wanna commend you too on your delivery, that was great.
Yes.
What about Joe?
BT, AA, here comes AAA.
Triple A.
Joe, did you have any comments on that?
No, I thought. Thought did a very good job. Both of you.
Thanks, John.
Joe's ready to drop the mic.
Yes.
Look, he stood up and put his jacket on.
That's right.
He is ready for you guys.
I appreciate the broadness. To me, there's so much elbow room for how this gets done.
Yeah.
That was really awesome.
So Joe and I engaged, we did not complete the activity as designed. But purposefully, we engaged in an activity in which we wanted to look at what it would really look like in terms of practical application when we're talking about students achieving at a very high level in an equity-centered manner. And I know literacy has really been at the forefront of what Joe's interested in. And he had some very specific ideas about what a program might look like. We also had a conversation about what's below the line and what's above the line. So what we're going to be presenting is below the line. We understand that it would need to be revised up, so it would be more of a broad vision. But we had that conversation as well. But I think we got at some really good ideas and made a lot of progress. Most of these ideas, Joe's going to be helping me along the way, but most of these ideas are actually Joe's ideas that I'm sharing. So I'm trying my best.
So let me take this one point out too.
Yes.
So basically, our program is literacy based. And so I'm here, we have, our title for it is Collaborative and Responsible Leadership Learning. And this would involve literature and other materials that provide transformative learning experience. So what we discussed was that some youth, some people, some children, they connect to certain things. And we have some of our district, we have certain youth that have not connected to the learning experience that we would like. And so I gave an example about one, I was talking the other day about this one class where I've been teaching at for a few weeks. And one student didn't want to do anything. And then he asked me if he could do a book report on skateboard. And from there, I said, yeah, go ahead. He did an excellent job because that's the only thing he was connected. So what we're talking about is like a pilot program. It would be lifted up and it would be aimed at what they call at-risk youth, or using the term Dr. is
At promise. At promise.
At promise youth. Yeah, that was a new one for me. So basically, you know, this it would entail finding different pieces of literature. For example, like I have a lot of access to a lot of literature that's got to do with gang, transferring people in prison and certain things. And the point of the transformative experience was reading literature about people who had it worse than you. And so they would have different choices. They would end up reading this and they would write a little bit. And basically they would end up giving presentations. So I'm
Joe,
gonna,
can I chime in just?
Sure.
Can you say a little bit more in terms of, you mentioned, I promise you, but you also mentioned different ethnic groups, different backgrounds that might
So-
also be part of that.
so,
group?
yeah, I'll use kind of, so what, the first thing we would do, we would take like an assessment test, find out where they were at reading, writing, their skills. And then we would ask them questions and find out what their needs were. And so some of the literature would involve ethnic studies, different racial groups, different cultural groups. And then also the arts, music, and other options, because we're trying to find out what do they like. Because from what they like, they're gonna choose to write about that subject. If you like something, you get involved. If you don't, you're not gonna want to do it. So you would have different objects, and then by giving them this little writing test, we're gonna find out where they're at. Later on, a few months down the line, they'd have another test and see if we made any progress. So I'll let Dr. Raymond start with a baseline.
Okay, so just to kind of adapt this to what could be a broader view. Looking at what I'm hearing from what Joe's saying is looking at the instructional materials that match the needs of our students, regardless of the background they're coming from. So if we're peeling backwards from there, I really think that's an important equity piece to think about. In terms of asking students and assessing where students are and giving students voice in terms of what materials they have. This is one piece that we talked about in terms of that assessment piece, was getting groups of students together, especially our students who are continuation students you mentioned,
Behavioral problems.
especially our students who are foster youth you talked about, especially our students with disabilities, and finding ways to figure out what their needs are and asking them what materials are responsive to them and getting that information from them when we're designing our curriculum. And then having a baseline and mid-year assessment that we're using to assess progress. And this is a key piece that Joe talked about, was then after we have that mid-year assessment, what are we doing to adapt instruction?
Also, too, this part of it is leadership. So we're helping them develop leadership. We're gonna have them, we use the fictional number of 21 students in the group. It's like a pilot program. So we break them off maybe in 3 groups of 7, but we can change that number. So 1 week, a certain group would be in charge. And how will we know they're in charge? That week, if they were males, they were wearing a shirt tie. They were young ladies or wearing something that we knew by looking at them that they're in charge then. And they didn't have to do it every week, just the week they were in charge. And so then the point was to empower them. So they were going to be reading material they chose, and then they're also going to select something because they were going to give a presentation as a group. They were going to divide it up. They were going to be teaching the class. And so what they would do is they would find pieces of that literature that they were going to stress. They'd have it. They would break it down to the group, and they were going to assume leadership roles. And so you'd have somebody be the president, be the vice president with their capacity, and that leadership's role would change every week so that the other groups would have it, and they would assess each other. How did Peter do? Oh, he did okay. How did April do? Oh, she did great, and Sarah. And so then we would have already a form that would talk about their presentation style, their delivery, certain things. It is combined literacy, it involved writing, it involved public speaking. They would get maybe 50% of their grade for presentation. And the whole point was to get them to feel comfortable in front of others. Because the reason why, because this was a pilot program, we were going to hopefully, those students were going to be anywhere from, if we could, from middle school to high school. And some of those kids would be graduating, and we were going to try to recruit them to be our leaders for the next program coming. Because we saw it later as a district-wide program, but we were starting small. I'll give it back to Dr. Raymond.
So 2 things. One thing that we talked about that we recognize is something that we would need to take as the next step. We have staff members who sign the specifics of the program, right? The build program specific. However, taking a lot of these goals, I think we could work backwards and talk about, we talked about equity being a triggering word. I think this represents a lot of growth in terms of thinking about what equity means to all of us, where there's maybe shared spaces, where we could arrive, the five of us, at common ground in terms of moving forward with educational equity. Now, I'd like actually Joe to read the statement here at the end, which I think really drives home what you were thinking in terms of this.
Okay, so there is no student that is beyond being connected to HUSD schools and achieving. So we're trying to reach those students that normally would not connect to us, that they would have their own needs. And that's like the assessment, we're asking them their interests, so we could find out, so we can give them options. So I was telling them we were going to develop a reader, just like you do at the university, to pull out certain pages or chapters from a certain book, and then we would give them choices, and then we would, as we divide them in groups, they would be teaching each other. We're at, or the school person is act as a facilitator. The children are leading, you know, but the leaders, and like I said, they're switching every week. They be leaders for that week, next week, and so on. And they would give feedback to each other. And what we saw was that then we were going to use it as a recruiting tool for the community members. We might even involve the parents so they could come. And the point was, we wanted them involved because, as I said, this was to promote a pilot program that we were going to take district-wide if we got acceptance from the community.
Do you want to mention the barrier also that you brought up?
Okay, so barriers, we had to get a buy-in from staff and parents area because, for example, as Dr. Ray mentioned, Promise Youth, I still use the at-risk youth in my mind. Most people are going to look at this and say, oh, no, I'm not going to have my kid read about gangs or about this or that because they look upon it. Everybody, they want everybody to be the middle class American, but this is what those kids are interested in. And we were trying to find something so that they are going to read and write about it. It doesn't mean we're promoting it. And that would be one of the barriers that we'd have to convince the staff and the parents that this was going to work. And if it didn't work, and then we weren't going to go no further. But we believe it is good. And we were going to have the students involved in this would give voice, and they would promote leadership in the other students to come in the fall. And just like, in case I didn't mention, in case those you don't know, that the Puente program began here at Chabot College in 1981, and now it's up and down the state in 3 high schools. So this would be something that could maybe go, you know, the whole district and further.
What are your thoughts? Go ahead.
I'm going with everyone class.
Yeah, there you go.
And then there is no student that is beyond being connected to HUSD schools and achieving.
Mhm.
I feel like when we continue with this work, that is something that goes on the billboards, on the buses, because like that statement right there, you know, makes me want to entrust my child to our district, you know. And the whole, I'm just loving everything. Like, it reminds me of the school. It's a little controversial school, but in Atlanta, ridiculous what the kids have to do to get in. It's so ridiculous. It shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't be like the haves and have-nots type of situation. But the layout of your and the creativity and the vision of your program, the pilot program, really reminds me of the private school in Atlanta, where they put children by interest in leadership roles, would inspire each other, and to encourage each other, to critique each other, but within a place of safety and love. And so it's just like, it would be incredible to have that in our schools, because like, even though they have like a nice, it looks nice and shiny and everything, it's inaccessible to the average child and average family. So I'm blown away. I love it. Y'all get the 2 pages.
I mean, I feel like you guys have an unfair advantage because Dr. Ryman, and this is obviously ed services as a department, and that's your area of expertise, so just calling out this is.
Oh, Joe's right. I was just described.
But no, you have me thinking that also it would apply to this one, but like, we have a lot in the works, like the literacy plan. I know we're developing a math plan, there's the ethnic studies, work that's underway, so like that's already in there, but there might be, in terms of deeper learning, and I'd be curious like how we want to change that wording, but we want to name, I think, the things that are already in place in the district. Because also what I see is these are going to be documents that shape what we're expecting of Jason going forward. So I just want, I love this as a pilot, but like, I think adding those there, and then here it would be like the restorative practices, the inclusive practices, the SEL, like we have a lot already at work. And so what are we, those need to be here so that we're monitoring
That's the
them.
next step.
Okay, sorry to jump ahead,
No,
but it just
no,
got me
that-
thinking about.
You're thinking that's.
Yeah,
what we do.
that there are programs already in the works, so how do we monitor those in these two departments? specifically?
And one last thing, like I said, in here, this would involve ethnic studies, music, arts, literature.
Yeah, that
But there would be another program that would be, once this one, that would be focused on math and science and ideas of that nature. They'd be two different programs. But so the math and science, that would be somebody else doing it because I'm more focused on this.
Well, you're not gonna be doing
Well,
anything.
I understand.
Dr. Ryman is gonna.
And so this is just a good exercise for the board members to put out what your expectations are. If you're looking at that big picture, want you to envision what's possible for kids. You're not limiting them. You're saying, remember when I talked about how confident are you when you handle their diploma? These are life skills. What if they choose not to go to college or career, but life skills, being a great leader, being a good participant in our citizenship. Really, that helps kids at that empowerment. All that will go a long ways.
Can I just, I know this is, so let's say we took something like this, Dr. Keys, and we wanted to do an exercise. Let's say Joe and I wanted to sit down. Would you know somebody, or would you be able to at some point help us translate, what something like this might look like at a district level in terms of developing broader goals for the district?
That's further down the road, because then you have to bring in your staff, that your staff is.
No, I'm saying,
And to build that.
no, I'm not saying to build the program. I'm saying, for example, for Joe, for example, right? Like, we just talked this through, and we know we would need to pull back at some point, starting from these very specific goals, pull back into broader district goals. You get what I'm saying? If we wanted to, on an individual basis or small group basis, engage in an activity of how would you take this and then translate it into the above the line vision.
Right, and I hear what you're saying, but there are so many steps before you get to that. And the main one is talking the whole board. This would be a phenomenal topic for a work session.
But what I heard in all of that detail, that granular detail, the thing that I heard was adapting instruction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I heard at sort of that higher
Higher
level.
Yeah.
And
Adapting
identifying,
instruction.
there are some things, and this is what April said too, there are things that you guys are currently doing. So we're not doing it today, but this is just giving you a start. The next step for this is to take all of this, once you see it in writing. Now, how do we, because you're not trying to recreate, there are some things that you're doing that are working well. Now you need, because it's gonna be a goal, you wanna take those things that you're doing well, put them under these goals. This is gonna be the expectation. So that everyone's clear, this is where it falls under. So that's the next step. And for the board to actually be able to articulate how, well, what do we expect to come out of this? And how are we going to monitor success? Are we gonna measure success? What does that look like? What do we expect the superintendent and staff to give us to show us that, everyone knows when you do goals, use the SMART. Being very specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and timely. Now the next step is to look at everything you put down, because you were very emotional and passionate about it. Now you need the lens. Does it pass the SMART test? Of how you really put goals in place so that they can be sustainable. And so that's what we'll do. Well, before we do that, I'm just going to have you guys, I need two of you, the two teams over here, I need you just to stand in front of your paperwork. I took photos, I did not post anything on social media. I'm gonna put these in your paper. So you guys act like you're engaged.
You can tag me if you want.
No, I wanna make sure that I get a picture of you guys. See, they were very much engaged and I got their pictures.
Oh, you talking
I
like.
did, I thought you got it. But I want to catch the other teammates are really doing the work, so you guys can have fun.
Here, wait, I'm gonna, like, I'm ready.
Okay, act like you're right.
Let me get the record.
Don't look at. And, Ken, I love that.
Okay.
I'm sorry?
You want to do a photo?
Sure, we could do a little.
Okay, you guys do it. Okay. I'm not done with you two, keep going, I gotta get another hand. All right, stop pretending now, sit down.
Peter.
And what Peter's photo about her, guys.
Very good.
Just to see you guys in there. So thank you for participating in that. That again helps you
Sorry.
get your finger on the pulse of what's going on. That's connecting you to the work of the superintendent and his staff. Once you have a feel that you guys have played a role in it, trust levels will heighten, which is good. Trust in your superintendent got to be heard from. He's now seeing where your mindset's at. Have you ever had this type of conversation with Joe about to be able to engage at that level? And you two, all the teams talking to each other, that's relationship building. You guys are all here for the same reason, doing what's best. So what I will do, I'm going to take this information, I will type it all up and put it in a summary for you. If you could decide to continue, I'll tell you what your next steps should be. And then how do you continue to build on this? Because you're going to be a few steps ahead of getting that strategic plan done, which is always good because you're going to always have a lot to do. And so I just took it upon myself to just suggest strategic plan within this school year. That could be just a start. So between now and end of June, your handbook, you guys, the board needs to review and approve by June of 2024. You must. Somewhere you're going to have to set aside the time to get it done. Okay. We already talked about the listening sessions. This is continuous work of the trust concerns. It is there. We have to honor it, acknowledge it, but also agree that we're going to go forward. And as a team, we're going to build those relationships. So we're doing excellent on time. I'm planning to stop at 3:45. So I'm so glad I'm getting to this one part. And I kind of cheated and asked you guys the question before, but now you get to actually do it. Think about that quote. What are your greatest hopes and fears for Hayward Unified School District? So all I want you to do is, it could be one word, it could be, or student achievement, 2 words. It could be, I just want you to say what your hopes are, or 100% graduate, whatever it is. I'm just giving you examples. Think about it and give you about a second or a minute or two to kind of just get your thoughts together. Because you want to think about, if there's no hope there is no hope without fear and no fear without hope.
First thing that came to my head was, I want every child to want to be here.
What else?
The word that came to my head was inspiring. And I think in like the video that we watched yesterday, that the children are inspired, that they're inspired to grow and become like the highest, that they can achieve for themselves and personal growth. And inspiring for our staff and teachers who work here, that they get to do their best work. Our families are inspired to bring their children here. Our board members are inspired to do the work that we. Yeah. And like that people from other districts are like, oh man, I wish I could go to Hayward schools. What they're doing is amazing.
You want it to be the destination district, wouldn't you? Would you want this to be the
Yeah.
place people want to? Okay, what else? What do you think? What are your hopes?
Joe came up with the term that I really liked, and that was transformative learning.
Mhm.
Every kid has an experience that's transformative in a positive way,
Mhm.
obviously.
Okay.
Well, I guess in my greatest fear, I know we're not there yet.
Not yet, no, don't share.
It's the same thing.
Not yet. You can add it later, but just hopes. What are your hopes? Dream big. What are your hopes?
So right now, there's kind of this prevailing attitude amongst a lot of our students in the district, especially by the time they arrive in their senior year of high school, that I am successful and I'm ready to graduate in spite of the fact that I went to Hayward School.
Mhm.
I would like to see that turn around to when they get out into their lives and they're in college or wherever they're going to go, that they look back on what we gave them as I am successful because I was well prepared in HUSD.
And prepared because I attended HUS.
Because, not in spite of.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's so true, because we've seen it, we've heard it at several graduations, the speeches
Yeah.
at graduations.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Come in, a couple more hopes. What are your hopes for this?
We produce critically thinking, effective communicating productive. Pair them. So that's actually, there's a little bias to that, because when I was a student here, those three were 3 out of 4 of what we call, I don't know if you remember this, Estlers.
Yeah, I remember
Such
Estlers.
school-wide learning results. And that was, I remember that. That was when I was a student. They wanted us to become critical thinkers, effective communicators, productive citizens.
Can
Talked about 'em all the
I
time.
ask if you'd be open to a different word than citizen, like
Yeah,
could we do
that's fine.
community members?
So we produce critically thinking, effective communicating, and productive. You don't want students,
Community members,
community members,
or students is fine. Students is fine.
or you're in the business of educating students.
Mhm.
They could be adult learning students, but they're still students, even though they're adult learning
Yeah, let's
students,
do that.
okay? This is just your thoughts of it. What are your hopes? What else?
Joe?
What are your thoughts? What are your hopes?
Well, interesting. From that quote, I started thinking, when I think I write down, I was thinking of Sandra Cisneros in her book, The House on Mango Street. She says, "My name is Esperanza," which in Spanish means hope. And I think that hope is what everybody needs, because hope brings that desire that things are going to be better. And so I think if a student came to this district and we gave them what they needed, then just like Ken said, they would be so glad for their experience here in this district. And we need to bring people up, not tear them down.
Mhm. Mhm.
That including staff?
For sure.
Everyone.
Community is
It's
everything.
everybody.
Da-da-da.
Speaking of staff, also that our staff members are inspired, filled. And to use number two's word again, and also inspiring,
Staff members inspired.
fulfilled by their work. But also inspiring. Students, and families.
Jason,
You're just some hopes, just some thoughts. That's all this is.
on what you just said, have you ever noticed how if the question is posed, who was your favorite teacher? What was the teacher who gave you the most impact? Everybody knows who that one teacher was, who that person is. What would it look like if the answer was, man, there's so many to choose from. Where do I start?
Yes.
Drop the mic.
Yeah.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
So now you have to say it again.
Oh, Aaron's.
So how would you add that in just a statement? What would you say, Jen? How would you add that as a statement for me to catch? We were just so enthralled. We were just like,
I know.
I forgot to even write. I was listening. What would you say? How did you guys interpret it?
If every teacher was your favorite teacher.
Okay, that's what I need.
Ooh, that's good. I like that.
Or even if every adult that you interact with.
I love the practice, I mean, it's just kind of happening naturally, organically, but we all contribute to the conversation ideas, we're all able to take the feedback of the wording that's used, because each of us interprets these words differently, and we are speaking for the sectors of community that we're saying, that's not the word that's gonna work for my people, that's not gonna work for us. I really like that, because we've just organically done that, and the words that come up here are things that we can all agree on.
All agree on.
When we do that, so I just wanted to call that one out.
Yeah.
We're doing a really good job of that.
I got one word that I know equity work is not,
No.
but that our equity work has the 3 Ps. Our equity work is proactive, pervasive, persistent.
Pervasive and persistent.
Pervasive.
Pervasive and what?
Persistent.
They should always all the time.
Persistent. The
3
3
Ps.
What are the 3 Ps?
Proactive, pervasive, and persistent.
So when they go teach, they say, I have to go, excuse me, I have to go to the restroom, I have to pee pee.
Here we go.
You don't
Dad joke.
You don't pee pee in the classroom, but you can pee pee pee.
Now that is bad.
Oh, my goodness.
So how would you, how would you
Sorry.
take these 3 Ps and do your work as a governing body? Proactive, pervasive, and persistent. What would that look like sitting up on the dais? How do you connect those 3 words to what you would hope to be? Just trying to push you a little bit on thinking how this may even impact, because we're comfortable saying staff and teachers and students, well, what about the board when you're up there? The
I,
work is really hard.
starting with the first P, proactive. I think that we have a history of being a reactive board and district, and just, that's kind of like our everyday MO. It's just like, okay, that's happening, okay, what did it, but like getting ahead, somewhat projecting like possibilities, and also keeping the vision in the forefront. Can help us like become more of a proactive.
That's what I'm looking for, how I want you guys to start thinking.
On the proactive also, like something that I know I like Peter and I worked on when our roles were flipped. We're working on it now and with Jason, but the superintendent evaluation. So having something already in place that's fair before we get to next summer, so that we aren't doing that willy-nilly evaluation that we've been doing prior to. So that is, I think, a really important thing for us to add to our other list.
Yeah.
Is how to have a meaningful evaluation of our superintendent and to keep the board in check also, that we aren't just piling all these things on top, that we've agreed on what we want to have him focus on for this school year.
And I just want to say, I really appreciated like April working with me when I came on the board, because I was like, you know, I've experienced the superintendent evaluation as a parent, and I didn't like it. I didn't like the process. I didn't like that parent voice wasn't like included. And she really worked with me with a kind of like a redesign, you know, and then we worked as a whole board, you know, but she stopped and she listened to like the experience that I had coming in. And then, you know, we talked about it, and I think it was like a January draft, like we just had to do that one. And then there was another more in-depth design that came later. And then as a board, we all like came together and developed that.
And see, what I like to do is really put a pin in what I see are teachable moment. So how you just reflected back on how one of your colleagues really helped you. That's what I want you guys to think about when you're feeling that they're not, or you're feeling that they don't hear you. Reflect on, well, they can't be doing this intentionally, because I remember when they actually saw I was struggling with something and they helped me along. This is a teachable moment. So I really appreciate, you know, you're putting it out there, because no one is going, I'm just going to say, no one is intentionally trying to harm anyone sitting at this board. We just have a different way of we're trying to all go down the same road. We just have a different way of doing it. And because I'm not used to you yet, you keep bumping into something that has a scab on it. And it keeps, now the scab is off. And now I'm feeling like I was feeling when the scab happened. So just remember that there are times where just when you guys were engaged with each other, I was listening to just, you know, I wish I would have videotaped it just to see the body language, how you were engaged, and then how you were listening in depthly to what your colleagues were saying. That's why I let this team be the last one, because I knew we were going to get an education on deeper learning. I just knew that. And you guys were all, I mean, you were really listening to everyone. Remember those moments when it gets, because it's not if it gets tough, it's going to. Just remember those moments. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I'll say one thing. Thank you, Sarah. I'm proactive. By that word, she reminded me that probably a few meetings ago, at least I heard two comments from community members talking about they felt there was no accountability. They wanted some results. And so I'm glad you brought up what you brought up about, I think, the listening, what was it called?
Listening session.
Listening session, because I think that will be a great thing to implement. And even if we do it outside, maybe once or twice a year of the board meeting, I think it would be a good way to connect with the community, because I really believe that most people, including myself, do not really know how the board works or how they're supposed to work. And once they learn this, then it'll change a lot of things.
Can I say too, like, I mean, Deborah, I'll tell on myself that when you and I had our conversation, I was feeling very cynical. And I will say that, like, coming to the end of our time, I feel like this was so valuable for us to do. And so proactive under that one, I would say we need to do more of these. Like, we need to have this time to
Bring
just.
Deborah back. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, for real.
Yeah.
No
I
jokes.
think this has been incredibly helpful, and just, I know for me personally, like, I've done a lot, like Ken and I have been through several of these at this point. I mean, all of us have several times now. So, but this was, I have paused a lot to reflect from this time. And so, yeah, I just think this is really a proactive thing as well.
What would you say about pervasive, what would you? Remember, I just want to hit the 3 Ps for the board, what pervasive, how does that impact the Board of Education?
That we're taking that lens of equity that Jason meant, like these 3 Ps relate to equity, yeah, so that we're taking that lens. It like kind of anything that comes before the board has that lens brought into it, like nothing gets overlooked in that way.
You have an equity policy,
We do.
your
I'm
equity
gonna say a
policy,
damn good equity policy on top of it.
your equity policy is your lens
Yeah,
for every other policy. So when you look at human resources, guess what lens you look through? Making sure that what you brought up, if the question was, how do we diversify our teaching staff? Well, you have to go to where diversity is, not just posting it on the same place that you always post for a job, so you can check the box. You don't want to do those things. So that equity lens is the lens that you look through for everything, all the decisions you make.
we also have the Equity Oversight Committee developed an equity tool that you can use to assess anything through and like rate its equitability, if that's a word. So maybe the board could look at that as a like mini, I don't know how it would work, but maybe the board could be trained on that tool as well.
Because even though you have an equity policy in place, your equity statement, the equity statement drives the policy. Because that's what the community understands, the statement. You don't tell the community to go read the equity policy. You don't tell them to go read any policy. Your statement is summarizing who we are. And it's almost like how I had you guys do this. Who are you? Make a statement. How would you define whatever title? So that's a whole nother training that once you have the policy in place, now what does it look like? How do we model it and everything, all the decision making? How are we gonna hold our, hopefully that is also infused in the superintendent evaluation. Obviously, you wanted an equity leader, so the questions about his success needs to be embedded in your evaluation. Presentations from staff. You have a department of equity or leader. When I read something, did you guys have something?
We have an AOSA who
Yeah.
is in charge of our ABAR and equity work, but it's under Ed Services.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but we have an equity oversight committee that works on, I guess, like accountability, but no, like we don't have I mean, at the CASA conference.
Who
they talked
governs the
about
equity
a
oversight
whole
committee?
department
Yeah,
should be
yeah.
Ed Services,
Ed Services, and Ed Services, who governs Ed Services?
Dr. Ryman,
So do they give you updates? Do they do presentations for you?
they do,
Is it information that the board needs?
not really.
That's just giving you an idea of now for that
We need-
department,
yeah.
start asking the right questions, because they probably have the information, you just haven't asked for it. Is it,
Or we have.
or you have and you haven't
Yeah.
gotten it? But I always say, when I hear boards say, we keep asking it, we don't get it, I just can't comprehend that. Because what employee is gonna tell their boss, I'm not giving you that information?
Yeah.
And
And yet, I
Yeah.
know. So now it's a new day. There's an expectation that what we ask for, we get. A new day.
I know,
You
it's
wanna-
recorded,
you want
it's
him to hear
recorded.
Well, not necessarily, because
You didn't want
I
him to
know-
hear it? We were-
I also want to be respectful of. So I want to be careful, but yeah,
Want me to hear what?
You can watch the recording.
We're good. That you're a phenomenal leader. We were just talking about looking through the lens, using the equity policy as a lens. That's all we're talking about.
You're good.
What else would you say about pervasive let's talk about the board. What else would you do? How do you model this?
Well, the word pervasive, it kind of like it. I don't know how my word on this, but it's like, it's almost unapologetically making sure that everyone sees it, hears it, right?
I think you're right, Peter. I think.
That's what I was feeling, but I didn't want to say it. Intentional.
Yeah.
Being intentional about.
And I think
Yeah.
we know that a lot of times when we have board discussion, or we know that we're driven by this, But I don't think it would be a bad idea to be really obvious with it to the public, that this is pervading our thoughts. Do you know what I mean? That it's the reason, because sometimes I can tell, they sit there and they're thinking, what are they thinking right now? Why are they doing that? Or why is she saying that? Or why is he saying that?
And the way you let them know that you guys talk to each other, explain it because they're listening.
Right.
Remember, you're not talking directly to them. Talk to each other, and that's how you're educating the community, because you're talking to each other about it. That's what listening, that's what they'll be listening to. So there are ways to share without talking directly to them. You guys talk to each other about that.
Right.
Can we try for next week's meeting, this design of a layout design for
Agree.
the Wednesday meeting?
Or staff.
On the outer, yeah,
So is this your board
They
meeting?
can go to the podium
Yeah.
when they
How do you
present
normally?
anyway.
we're here, and then staff is here.
You guys are straight across from them?
Yeah,
It's
So
a huge
board
choice,
members,
but it's
board
a
members
huge
cannot,
Could you just?
no, board members can't see each other though. is the
Not if
problem.
all 5 board members are up there.
No,
yeah.
we're at the back.
Is that a solid table?
It is not, but we can close it up. We can take some of these leaves out and bring it in closer and take these outsides and bring those
For
in.
the skirt too.
Yeah, no, we'll use the bigger, we'll
For
use
sure.
the
I'm gonna
bigger,
take my shoes off.
the bigger brown tables, but we'll bring it in. So we're
Ah,
gonna,
yeah.
so we'll bring it in.
But I mean, I like being able to see everyone when they're all like this.
Understood. No,
Yeah, so
understood.
we'll-
Yeah.
So
Mhm,
if,
So
just
you-
say if it was this,
Yeah, no, understood.
your superintendent is in between. Superintendent is at the table with, I don't know if you're.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he's
Good.
right next.
Some boards put the superintendent off to the side. I'm like, how does that look like a team?
No.
Your superintendent is up there, however,
Those were Reynosa.
and then your 2 board members,
They
your
pushed-
board members, so that you can talk to each other.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
they made the superintendent go sit over where, away from
Mhm.
the board when they were at the city hall.
But they'll just continue to do some digging in how their functionality. You'll see some things uncovered when they're sending a message by
Mhm.
doing that. Go ahead, John.
April just said something that reminded me of something. Before I came on the board used to meet in City Hall. Why don't we meet at City Hall?
That was before we came on the board too, but it costs a
So it's
lot.
a cost savings.
It's,
Well, but I mean, the
it's
bigger,
not free.
the bigger,
It's-
no, when Ken and I got on the board. And we talked about, we stopped doing it, we started alternating.
Yeah.
Because the workshops were easier to do here, we were doing workshops here and then board meetings at City Hall. But ultimately, aside from the cost, what is City Hall? We're sitting way up here with these spotlights on us and the microphone is talk about people feeling intimidated to come. I mean, you were coming as a
Yeah.
parent in those days, so more the shift to be here full-time was because we wanted to be level even lower
Yes,
than the parents
absolutely.
and have closer proximity to them. And this is our home, that
Yeah.
we don't govern at City Hall.
Right.
I can.
Right.
So
I'm trying to say,
I think it's
Well,
good that we're
and
here.
Tom lists the messages. How many times are we brought city issues or the city brought school issues, right? And because we do our meetings. I think that's.
But I
easier.
do like the I do believe we need to increase collaboration with that, and I
Interagency.
have heard,
You meet with City Hall or folks in the city?
yeah.
Yeah.
And I have heard both sides from the community, like some community members miss it being at City Hall. A lot of them are like, we didn't go to City Hall until we were, hosting the board meetings there, and it was a thing, to have it at City Hall. Not saying that, well, yeah, I'm gonna be honest, like some community members feel like, oh, it's at the district,
But
they
that's
don't
okay.
have the relationship.
But you're gonna make it a thing.
Yeah.
About being here, because this is the best setup to come here where you're level. I'm glad that you have control, because some boards have, it's a built-in,
I think too logistically, it's.
logistically.
Sure, right?
Oh, yeah, just a walk over.
logistically,
And we ask a lot from these guys, and we're doing a meeting that goes past 12 o'clock, and then they have to come
Yeah.
back here.
And we have to
But-
pay for their tech. We have to pay for their tech because they have to have people there to run our meeting. We can't bring our people.
There's a high level
So
of
here,
logistics.
I'm making that decision for
Okay.
you. You're going to adjust your setting You do the seating arrangement so that staff is in the room. This is the Board of Education's meeting, not the staff's meeting. You guys are the ones on camera that the community, when it's appropriate, when you ask staff to, I don't know if they come up to the podium, that's when you're engaging, but the key thing is they need to be in the room, the superintendent needs to refer. Superintendent doesn't have to always be the one answering the questions, but the person, you'll have the right person in the room.
He's got a look on his face.
Okay.
Is this gonna create a nightmare for you?
Oh, as always being, oh, this roundabout thingy,
By 5 days from now, yeah.
Well, it may not be the next meeting, maybe.
Yeah.
This is where you gotta talk about what's possible, because we don't wanna work at that we can't. We're not gonna talk about,
yeah.
always approaches on how do we get to a yes.
And bringing the flags back, bringing back each school's like representation around the room. It made it, as a parent and as like, and my students, because my kids would, look for their school or just look at all the little mascots and stuff. It made it warmer and welcoming, like more welcoming in the room when we had each one of our schools represented, like surrounding us and then.
Yeah,
that-
or some kind of a gallery.
One thing Mike
Yeah, that's what
talked about is
they
having
were gonna go on.
photographs of students and teachers
Yeah,
engaged in teaching and learning surrounding us.
something inspirational like
Something
that, yeah.
inspirational. If this is the reason I said, is this your board meeting? Because when I walk in here, did you say yes? First of all, is this your board meeting?
Yeah.
Board meeting room. I see no representation of kids. I would not know that. This is a-
point.
Yeah.
Period. I see no statement about who you guys are. You're not.
Right.
When I first came to this district, this was the board meeting that time also. But the only thing that was, they had something on the walls, and I think it was art, maybe student art. But then they had a whole gallery, and it was over on that wall of there was a picture of every superintendent that had ever. And well, the board member one is out in the hallway now, but I remember they had like superintendents going back to the early 60s, 1950s.
I'd like to see that actually.
Yeah.
I know, not necessarily in here.
I was gonna say, you want a lifestyle
Probably
picture?
pretty much just for.
Not for me, a statue.
I don't think I want to see that.
Okay.
So what's it cost?
3D printer.
Okay, as we're winding down, I do want to get a couple fears.
I just have
Yes,
a
sir.
question.
Yes,
Are we gonna talk about, remember you asked us about the label?
I just want you to give that to me and
Oh, okay.
I saw that, but I didn't want to take it.
All right.
Are one of those yours or you don't?
Oh, that's like I did it
You
twice.
see one.
Well, I wasn't.
I can tell you which one you are,
Oh, yeah, which one?
because that's me.
Okay.
You remember your name, what yours was, your communication stuff?
I don't even think you're talking about.
The communication. stuff.
The leadership,
We have jumped from one side to another.
I have a fear.
Oh, yeah, I sent it to, but I don't remember. You
Did
gave
you
us
send it?
choices.
Yeah, one word
And-
popped up on your screen.
Yeah, when you
Yeah,
did answer
and
all
I
the questions.
did. And I think I just closed it at the end and I assumed it was all saved.
I remember.
You said false negative. Wait, what did you say?
What text did you take?
False negative. False negative.
I'm sorry. What did you
No,
You take a recess roll.
Oh my gosh.
It is.
I did want to say something.
Deborah, oh,
Go
you have a
ahead.
fear?
Close the time for me.
You have a fear? Are you giving a fear?
I'm developing one now.
Oh, gosh. I was gonna let you go first.
Don't frighten him.
Oh, no, I thought.
I'm just kidding.
All around fears.
Yeah, just do fear, because I want to really respect.
I
your
have a
time.
fear that the change we want is so big that it's hard to not feel overwhelmed sometimes.
Mm.
And the funding, like our lack of funding is a serious problem. And so, yes, we want to do all these wonderful things, but we don't have the money to do all the things we know need to happen to get the change that we want to see. So I'm also afraid of that.
Remember, it's not now. It's not no. Keep that in mind. Sometimes it's just not now, not no.
Okay.
All right? What other fears? Just
I have,
tell me to work. What are some fears?
I have a fear of running out of time.
To get the work done?
Yeah.
And what Sarah said, like, it should have happened yesterday. We have kids that have already experienced this stuff like for years now. And how to, you know, what is the repair for that?
The key thing of running out of time, even though we wish it, you know, it takes time for anything in education to change. When I go back to, when I said the board should be shoring up the foundation, doing the work that people don't see. And so it may not be on during your term that you see the work that you've put in, but the key thing is that you've done the work. The foundation is there so that another person coming in won't be able to
Pass the
disrupt
baton.
everything. So that's the key.
That's-
Work on build scaffolding, that's what you're doing, scaffolding. Because if you don't invest in building that foundation, the next thing that happens in education is gonna disrupt everything,
That's right.
okay? What other fears do you have?
Along the lines of what you're saying, submission to tyranny of the urgent,
Submission to
tyranny of the urgent,
tyranny, spell.
TYRANNY.
I do that. Tyranny of
The urgent,
the urgency,
the urgent,
the urgent,
yeah.
that sounds like a movie.
I know,
Yeah.
it does. Can you break it down?
So basically that we spend all of our time responding to crisis after
Crisis.
crisis after crisis after crisis.
Thank you.
And we never get to the real work.
Well, like what I'm saying, we've been reactive for
Right.
so long, yeah.
And that's why I
Exactly
want the
right.
board to really think about, when I keep saying all the stuff you keep sending to the superintendent, that's reactionary stuff too. Is it necessary to, yes, you need to inform the superintendent. You guys can have good discernment. That's all, have good discernment. Some things like, I hear you, yeah. But I know, because I know what the superintendent is doing, and that falls in that bucket that he's already had. So do I need to add one more thing? That is the same thing he's working on? No. Practice discernment, okay? What other fear do you have?
I have one.
Yep,
So my fear is like succumbing to the fear of losing that hope.
back to fears of losing hope.
Yeah. And the way that spreads, like the plague of hopelessness. And I feel like that is a plague in our district. And I see it in like our parents, I see it in our children, and I see it in myself, I see it in our teachers, I see it in like and it's a plague, and I think it's one of my biggest fears and daily battles, and a reason why I've always fought so hard. Because I know what's at stake if we lose hope.
And what I want you guys to do is not to add another event or anything, but think about what events that you currently have in place, that you can infuse some of the things that you're saying, that your hopes, some of the things that you're saying up there, to engage the community, that they're already there. So we're going to show them, yeah, we got this. Here's a little, if everybody like bookmarks, something that's really cheap, little bookmark that says that statement that you really like, what they have up here about a student.
Yeah.
Anything to someone can walk around with a little bit of who you are here. Just be creative in your thing. It doesn't have to cost a lot of money to do this at all. It really does. What other fears? Just give me one or two, and then I'm going to do a wrap up video.
Biggest fear is that I'm not powerful beyond great measure. Let's go try.
That you're not, the fear is that you're not.
No.
Coach Carter.
You're not.
Come on.
No, I think it's, I mean, I remember our very first workshop that I participated in. They asked like, what's the one word that's like yours, that drives you, that centers you, and like what keeps you moving forward? It's legacy. And so my biggest fear is negative legacy. If people look back at this board and say, they didn't help me at all, like they made a terrible, school environment. So it's like, it's a negative legacy is one of my biggest fears.
And what did I say to you yesterday? What is going to be this board's legacy? You're building it now. You guys have made some changes. You've grown just since the day when you walked in here yesterday. But you're speaking it into existence. You're talking about something. you're gonna continue to work on what is going to be our legacy when we leave here, whether we get 1 term, 2 terms, or whatever, what is going to be the legacy that people can hold on to remember you by that. Kids who are graduating the next 3, 4 years, say, yeah, they put in the work and look where I am because, go back to that because they went to HUSD. One more. What's the next? What's the fear?
Joe, did you have one?
Well, thank you for asking. What came to mind was, do not have the spirit of fear, but of, power, love, and a sound mind.
So your fear is to not have the fear, say it to me,
Do not have fear,
not have fear.
but the spirit of power, love, and a sound mind.
Our love and a sound mind. You guys don't have to do anything with this. I'm just gonna type it up for you. So, as we come to a close, I said I was targeting 3:45. Is my guy over there ready? Hold up, wait a minute. First of all, look at this. We talked about changing. Who wants to change? Who wants change? Who wants to change? Now, who wants to lead it? I better not see the board down there. The board is up at the top. We want change and you want to lead it too, along with your superintendent. A lot of people say they want it, but it's like, okay, I need teams. I need some help. So this is what that culture you're trying to create. Everybody wants to do the work. That's where we're trying to get you to. So as I end today, I want you to just kind of listen to this quick video. And yeah, it's a nice way to end a
Are we gonna
session.
get to hear each other's words?
Oh, our communications?
Yeah.
No, not yet, no. Because I need to put it on no. If I come back, I'm gonna give it to you.
Oh, that's a.
I love it. I love it. Yeah.
We all get punished.
No, actually, when I put the PowerPoint together, it's gonna be in there, but there's usually a conversation about it. But I needed to, we gotta get
That's
kids.
kinda like-
to do his,
that's
or
kinda
he
like
doesn't- He's negative, positive or something. No,
No, I
I'd like to
hallucinated
keep my-
that.
She said that.
I want to keep them all, not the other one.
I want to cheat him.
I don't know what I did
I'm
wrong.
so curious.
That's okay. I'm gonna volunteer. Jenna's gonna help you.
Go around the table.
Just click on it. So this is how I like to end. So listen to this. Got this on.
Try killing bugs the worry-free way, not the other way. Zevo traps
I
use
wonder if that really works, though. I've seen that commercial.
What is it? Apple cider vinegar?
Well, you know, you do that for when you get fruit flies.
Oh, apple cider vinegar.
Yeah, and you like poke holes in the saran wrap. But they got it.
How do I know? A lot of people, when they think of the phrase, how do I know, they always want to put the what behind it. How do I know what I'm supposed to do? The question that you really should ask is, how do I know why I'm here? Because when you know your why,
Yeah.
how do I know? A lot of people, when they think of the phrase, how do I know, they always want to put the what behind it. How do I know what I'm supposed to do? How do I know? A lot of people, when they think of the phrase, how do I know, they always want to put the what behind it. How do I know what I'm supposed to do? The question that you really should ask is, how do I know why I'm here? Because when you know your why, your what becomes more clear and more impactful. If you know, like for instance, people know that I do comedy, but that's what I do. My why is to inspire people to walk in purpose. So I can do comedy, I can write books, I can be in a movie, because all of it is motivated by my why. In fact, I have a new web series out called Michael Jr. Break Time. We probably just did the 6th episode. It's on YouTube. So every single Wednesday at 3 o'clock, we drop a new episode on YouTube of Michael Jr. Break Time. What it is it's me. I travel around the country and I do stand-up comedy, in case you didn't know. And in the middle of my comedy set sometime, I'll stop and just talk to my audience. And we've been filming this, and it's, you know, it's pretty cool. So we're in Winston-Salem. I'm gonna show you a clip from Winston-Salem. And I'm just talking to this guy in the audience, and he tells me that he's a musical instructor at a school. So I was like, all right, you're a musical instructor, you know, can you sing? Let me hear you sing a song. So this is what happened at the last episode of Michael Jr.'s Break Time. Check it. So you're a musical director?
Yes,
Cool.
sir.
All right, so let me get a couple bars of like Amazing Grace. Can you do the first part of that? Go ahead.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me.
Wow. That bro could sing, you know what I'm saying? All right. Now, what you give me the version is if your uncle just got out of jail, you got shot in the back when you was a kid. I'm just saying, let me see the hood version real quick, if you know which version I'm talking about. Just see if that exists. Let me see what you got.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now, right now I'm found, was blind, but now I see.
Let's go. Now. Okay. Here's what I want you to catch. The first time I asked him to sing, he knew what he was doing. The second time, he knew why he was doing it. When you know your why, your what becomes more impactful because you're walking towards or in your purpose.
Oh, are we okay? Okay. Just on behalf of the board, Deborah, I just want to thank you so much. I think the 2 days here that we spent together allowed us to really break down some of our own barriers where we're a little defensive, and just allowed us to kind of lower our guards and then talk about the work, talk about it transparently, and talk about it authentically. So I really, really appreciate the conversation we've had the last couple of days. And just going back to our agenda, do you want to check, Ms. Rodriguez, do we have any public speakers for our workshop tonight or today?
We do not.
We do not. Okay.